Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Rum, links, 2, 3, rum, links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich heim in die Arbeit einmeinst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich heim in die Arbeit einmeinst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, und ein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich heim in die Arbeit einmeinst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is where we watch the real far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. We are not watching Democrats. Democrats are not real socialists. We are not watching progressives. Progressives are not real socialists, not even AOC. No, 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 no. We are not watching the Democratic Socialists of America because, with rare exception, they don't do anything remotely as dystopian as the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. On Socialism Saturday, we watch the people who are responsible for pushing critical race theory into schools. We watch the people who are responsible for pushing gender ideology into schools. We watch the people who are responsible for attacks on parents' rights. We watch the people responsible for abolishing the police, defunding the police, the 2020 protests. We watch the people who are responsible, literally, for the college protests. In fact, we were watching some of the groups that were behind the are behind the organizing of the college protests before the encampments even started. In fact, we were watching some of these groups before October 7th because these groups are always out in the world. They're always doing something. They're always organizing. The reason that the right is so confused about how all these groups sprang up so quickly and, oh no, they must be George Soros funded, is because the right doesn't organize. The left organizes. The left makes a business out of organizing. The left prides themselves on constantly, forever, perpetually being organized. Perpetually organizing. There we go. And so if you want to know what's coming next, if you want to know what the left is doing, if you want to know what crazy things are coming down the pike, months or years ahead of when you're going to hear about it in conservative media or through the pundits that pretend that they know what they're talking about, James Lindsay, you want to come and watch the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. And I got to tell you guys, we're going to do a little bit of a marathon tonight. We have two things to watch. I don't know if we're going to get through both of them, but I have a little bit of a marathon, and I want to take you guys back. Can I play a video from 1 month ago that was on one of my Monday through Friday streams? I just want to take you guys back. And I want to remind you that I'm always right. that I always call things correctly, that if you doubt me at any point in time, that's eventually going to cost you $2, because I am always and perpetually proven right about every single thing that I say, about every prediction that I make. It may take time. It may take months or years of time in order for me to inevitably be proven right. But I am always proven right. And that's because everything I do is grounded in primary source evidence. I'm not just making shit up. Everything I do is grounded in understanding the left better than anyone else on the internet. I want to go back in time, and I want to watch this clip from The Cult from a month ago. Now, who was here when we were watching the congressional hearings about the college protests? Not about the college protests, about Columbia specifically. So this was the day that the encampment at Columbia really kicked off. It was the day that the president of Columbia University was called in front of Congress to answer for the obvious and rampant anti-Semitism. And I just want to play you this clip because it is highly, 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 highly relevant to what we're going to do tonight. All right, let's watch.
Let me bring your attention to Mohamed Abdou, who was hired after the October 7th terrorist attack against Israel. He, on October 11th, posted, "Yes, I'm with Hamas and Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad."
Yo!
He also decried false reports accusing Arabs and Muslims of decapitating the heads of children and being rapists.
That didn't happen.
We know that there were decapitations
Not
of
40,
babies,
no,
of innocent
no,
Israeli citizens,
wrong.
of seniors, of women.
There were not
rapes,
40
and yet
babies decapitated.
Columbia
That was
hired
debunked.
this individual as a professor.
Jesus Christ.
How did that hiring process work? Were you aware of those statements before the hiring?
I share with you your repugnance at those remarks. I completely understand that.
Guess I could do that.
On my watch, faculty who make remarks that cross the line in terms of anti-Semitism, there will be consequences for them.
What are the consequences
I have
in this
five
case?
cases at the moment who have either been either taken out of the classroom or dismissed.
And is he one of those?
He will never work at Columbia again.
So he has been terminated?
He has been terminated. And not just terminated, but his files will show that he will never work at Columbia again.
So he's currently not employed by Columbia.
He is grading his students' papers and will never teach at Columbia again. And that will be on his permanent
How are you
record.
changing the hiring processes? Because on your watch, he was hired after he made these statements publicly. How are you ensuring this does not happen with your hiring process moving forward?
So when we hire people,
I wonder if he knows that. I wonder if she literally just decided to fire him, because it doesn't make sense to me that he's grading his students' It's April 17th. It doesn't make sense to me that he's grading his... Bro, stop making shit up right now. Do not come in here with this fucking IDF fucking propaganda. I will ban you so quickly your head will spin. We do not deal in made up bullshit right now. Right now, if you want to get your feelings in check, we are watching a clip from a congressional hearing. So rein it the fuck in, and if you don't like it, get out. Students' papers, and then he's just going to go, like, there's still another month, right? There's still another month of classes in college, or another couple of weeks of classes. Like, there's like finals and things, right? So it does. Did she just like here's what I'm wondering that just happened. Like, does that faculty member actually know that he's fired, or did she just make that up on the spot? Because if someone fired me and made it clear to me that I would never work at that university again, do you know what I'm not doing? I'm not sticking around for another couple of weeks. Unless they paid him out. They might have paid him out. Like, they might have said, here is a large check, and you need to finish out the term, and then we're going to part ways. That certainly could have happened, But then it's the question of like, why did you pay this guy to fire him? I bet he just found out that he was fired. Rottweiler said, we know that didn't happen. The first thing a terror group does is say they did the head cutting. So yeah, well, the whole 40 decapitated babies thing was debunked almost immediately. It didn't happen. That was a lie.
And just to let you know, Mr. Abdou is not grading papers right now. He's on campus at the unsanctioned anti-Israel, anti-Semitic event that is being supported by pro-Hamas activists.
I told you that guy didn't know he was fired. So that professor that they were complaining about, so that professor's name, the one who the president of Colombia testified in front of Congress saying he was fired, that I called immediately upon seeing that testimony. I was like, that guy's not fired. That guy doesn't know he's fired. There's no way that guy knows he's fired. It turns out, in fact, that guy wasn't actually fired, and I was right about that. But that guy actually stuck around campus for a while, and that guy was involved in a bunch of the encampment stuff going on campus. And now, or rather, a couple weeks ago, that same professor, his name is Mohamed Abdou, is making the rounds on some socialist podcasts. And he visited the Red Nation podcast. We've listened to the Red Nation podcast before. Wasn't the Red Nation podcast was the one that we listened to that was like about how it was about how love is a capitalist construct. It was our Valentine's Day edition. Do you guys remember that? Same podcast. That Columbia professor was on there on May 4th. And then he went right down the road to Haymarket Books. I know we're all shocked that he went right to the big socialist book publisher to do an interview about how he totally wasn't fired and how like he and basically about his experience in Colombia and Palestinian resistance and solidarity and all that stuff. And so this guy seems a little crazy. And I thought that we could maybe just watch these interviews, because what got my attention about this is this quote right here. Academia is a site of resistance, not liberation. So we've been talking about the fact that if you get into like the queer anarchist literature, when they're writing about higher education, their goal is to tear down the university. They believe that the university is a construct that upholds capitalism. The university has capitulated to capitalism. The university has turned its resources to training the next generation of workers who will be oppressed under capitalism. And so when I saw this quote, I was like, academia is not a site of liberation. Liberation means to liberate, to free oneself from the oppressive force of capitalism. But it is a site of resistance. It's a site of pushing back against capitalism because you have the students and the faculty. But the university will not be a site of liberation from capitalism because the university itself, in the minds of the far left, is an inherently capitalist institution. Well, they don't believe that they do, though. They don't believe that the students and the faculty own the universities. They believe the administration owns the universities, and they're not actually like necessarily wrong about that. The administration tends not to be, I know people might not understand this, but I worked in higher ed for a long time, and I this was my experience. The administration of universities tends not to be as far left as the faculty and the students. Now, that's not to say they don't mostly turn a blind eye and let the faculty and students do what they want. But when push comes to shove, the administration that runs universities, we're talking about people who are in really cushy jobs where they don't really have to do anything, that make a ton of money, that have amazing benefits, that have the prestige of being in the administration at a university. What the highest priority that most college administrators have is not getting fired. And they will say and do whatever they need to not get fired. And so in that sense, the people running the universities are not actually the same as like the far left extremists for the most part. And so they might be like actually kind of correct about that perception, right? So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to watch a couple interviews with this crazy Columbia professor, and we're going to get his side of the story, and we're going to hear what he has to say. And don't say I didn't, don't say I didn't, get my I told you so in there, because I have to get my I told you so in there. If I don't get my own I told you so, no one's ever going to give it to me. We're going to do that. Also, before we get started, I thought it would be fun to watch the expert analysis, the expert 2-minute and 45-second analysis of Mohamed Abdou that came out of the Rubin report, just to compare. I just Dave Rubin had a large part in introducing me, I suppose, to the political world. I was on his show many times in 2020. He was someone that kind of was one of the people that lifted me up. And Dave and I have since dramatically parted ways. And I think that Dave is a Zionist shill that will say and do whatever he needs to do to maintain his status and money. And I thought it would just be a nice little compare and contrast to watch what Dave had to say about this guy, and then actually compare it to a real analysis of who this guy is, what he believes, what he does. This is going to be Socialism Saturday, guys. Are you ready for it? We're going to have a marathon today. You might want to get yourselves a drink and a snack. We're going to be at it for a while. Yeah. Dave left us. We didn't leave Dave. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? Dave Rubin had all the potential in the world to become one based motherfucker. He really did. He was on the road, and then he decided that money was the most important thing to him and that status was the most important thing to him. And he just is so boring. I can't even wrap my head around it. Anyway, guys, before we get into it, a couple quick announcements. Number one, if you are not yet subscribed to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, please make sure you go ahead and subscribe. I've got some really good podcasts up. People have told me they want more podcasts. Okay. My Substack has been largely focused on writing. Excuse me. My Substack has been largely focused on writing for the better part of the last 2 years, but now people are telling me they want more podcast content. So I'm producing more podcast content. I've got my free podcast, which is the Actively Unwoke podcast. Every time you see this little TV thinger, that's going to be an Actively Unwoke podcast where I'm doing just commentary on what's going on, just highly, making sure we're hinging into reality about what's going on the left, what the left is doing, what you need to know about them. That is available on iTunes, Spotify, wherever podcasts are. And then I have my members only podcast called the Inner Circle podcast, which you will get a preview of. And then it will go into a premium section where you have to be signed up as a paying member. $8 a month, $80 a year. That will get you access to all of those. And what I've started to do on those podcasts is to read anarchist material, like the far left queer anarchist material, and analyze it. And what we're beginning to learn is that the anarchist writings have probably been way more influential on the attitudes and the actions and the strategies and the perceptions of the far left activists that we track than anything else. It's more contemporary. It's more accessible. It's quite frankly a lot more sexy than a lot of the philosophy. And when you start reading some of this anarchist material, their zines, their communiques, all that stuff, you start to see they're using exactly the same language as what we see on Socialism Saturday or what we see when we do deep dives into their content. And that's really what we look for. If they're using the same language, then we know where the ideas are coming from. And in some cases, they are verbatim using the same language. So the latest episode of the Inner Circle podcast is up now, where I read you and do an analysis of the manifesto of the students who attacked the University of California president's office last week. And it's fascinating. And if you appreciate my socialism content, I really think you're going to start to appreciate these deep dives that we're doing into this area. I don't yell as much. People say my voice on the podcast is actually relatively calming, because I'm not yelling as much. Okay, sometimes I get a little excited. What can you really do? Yelling is mostly reserved for YouTube. Podcast is more of a calm time, a more sane time, a time where I don't have to yell to get my point across, because I'm mostly talking to people who actually want to hear from me. Unlike in YouTube, where we have hooligans come into my chat to cause problems, to make me yell at them just to prove a point. Anyway, you can find that now over on the Substack. That is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. And if you sign up to support my work for $8 a month, $80 a year, you do get access to a variety of perks And how you're going to get access to that is, well, I guess I unpinned it. Hang on. Every Sunday, I send out a newsletter that looks a little bit like this. Now, I'm not talking about this newsletter because this is not tomorrow's newsletter. I'm going to be sending it out tomorrow. But your supporter perks are always included in the weekly email that goes out on Sunday. That includes access to 2 Zoom calls with me and my community every single week. We do them on Monday evenings and Wednesday afternoons, Eastern time. That includes access to the supporter Discord, which gives you access to movie night. Movie nights are on Sunday at 8 p.m. Tomorrow, we are watching Mad Max Fury Road, which is just one of the greatest movies of all time. And I'm really excited to watch it. I effing love that movie. If you've never seen this movie, you're in for a treat. It's so effing good. And so we're going to be watching that tomorrow night in the supporter Discord. You're also going to get access to any special streams I do, like Spy Stream, that sort of thing. And of course, you're going to get access to all of the premium content on my Substack, which is Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. Are there audio for these socialism stuff? Well, yes, we're going to talk about that in a second, Bot. And so what happens if you want access to your supporter perks is when you get this newsletter tomorrow afternoon or evening, depending on when I actually send it out, what you want to do is scroll all the way down to the bottom. And underneath this red box, you will find access to your supporter perks. And that's where you're going to be able to access them on the Substack. If you are a member of Locals, they will be put over there. And I do appreciate that membership as well. I just really want people on the Substack. So that is where we're going to focus. As Bot just mentioned, I also have another Substack because I have about 8,000 of them. But this one is important because this one is where I'm publicly working on my next book. Because I decided that the most reasonable way for me to write my next book was just to create a Substack where you're going to see drafts of my content. I'm actually working on a couple different draft items right now. I'm working on drafts about how we went from being individualists to collectivists. I'm also working on a draft about all the different words that mean capitalism and all that stuff. But the key with my book is it's not going to be written like stereo instructions. It's not going to be written like an academic dissertation. My goal with this book, and it's tentatively titled How to Speak Socialist, but that title might change just depending on how the writing goes. My goal with this book is to write something that reads like dystopian fiction, except everything in it is real. That is the goal. And so the writing is meant to be accessible. It's meant to be a little bit artful. It's meant to take people through a story. It's meant to not be boring like James Lindsay's books. I actually want to write something that people want to read. And I think if I can pull this off, and I do think I can pull this off in terms of writing something that reads like a dystopian fiction, that reads like 1984, that reads like Brave New World, except everything in it is real and backed up with receipts. That's what I'm working on my Substack, speaksocialist.substack.com. There are also audio versions of the different posts that I'm making. So if you want to listen to it like an audiobook, you can do that. Just keep in mind that this is a work in progress. This is a draft. You guys are going to see typos. You guys are going to see ideas that are not fully fleshed out. You guys are going to see content on this Substack that may not make it in the final book. The book is going to be, there is going to be an actual book produced from this at some point in the future. I don't know when yet, because I'm taking my time with this one. One of the reasons I want to do it this way is because when you write a book, and I've written 2 of them now. Oh, Paul, how silly you are, Paul. Paul must be new here. Paul says socialists don't read. Paul, socialists read more than you do, bro. Socialists read all the time. How one of the ways that socialists make their money is from publishing, bro. Must be a conservative. Paul, sit down. Listen, and we'll teach you. Don't worry, we'll teach you, bro. But that's not real. That's not real. Anyway, one of the reasons I want to do it this way is when you go through a traditional publisher, basically what happens is you write your book, and I've written my last couple books in a matter of weeks. I wrote my first book in a matter of about 3 weeks, and that sucked. I wrote my last book in a matter of about 6 weeks, and that also sucked. And now I want to take my time. But the reason that I had to write my last book so quickly is because from the time you deliver the book to the publisher until the time it actually gets published, you're talking about 12 to 18 months. So there's a huge gap. Now, I didn't want to be in a position when I'm talking about content that I think is really relevant to what's going on today. I didn't want to be in a position, oh, Paul, you just keep proving to us that you're a low IQ retard, Paul. Yes, yeah, I'm a socialist, bro. Yeah. You're our typical conservative low IQ retard. Now go and sit in the back and shut up and listen or get the fuck out. We're not going to coddle you, Paul. This is not the Daily Wire. This is not Steven Crowder. This is not any of your conservative retard influencers who will tell you whatever you want to hear in order to take your money. This is a class, motherfucker. And if you aren't here to learn and to sit down and shut your mouth like a good little boy and pay attention in class, you can leave. Last warning, Paul. I have no problem making an example out of you. For people that do want to know what socialists are doing, you can head over to that Substack and sign up. That is speaksocialist.substack.com. Another way you can support my work so I can continue telling off conservative retards on the internet is by heading over to the Unwoke Art merch store. That is unwokeart.com. Got a ton of stuff in the merch store, including the Unwoke Wiki shirt with the awesome Plague Doctor, including the zine-inspired shirts, including the 4 goals of the woke left, including the Communism is All Around Us design, including the Dystopian collection that are all based on dystopian tales. Oh, there we are. That's one of my favorite shirts, the Wear in 1984 one. You can find all that stuff over on my Unwoke Art merch store, but for the month of May, if you use the discount code REDMAY, REDMAY, all one word, you will get 25% off all orders of $100 or more. And the reason is that I have too much merch in my merch store, and I'm going to be cleaning out some of the older designs, okay? So this is going to be last call for some of the things in the merch store. And so if you want anything, now's the time to get it. Order over $100 or more of merch and use Red May as a discount code. You'll get 25% off, so you can get some great savings, get some free stuff thrown in there. And I'm going to be cleaning out some of the older designs that I no longer want around or that I thought were pretty great when I've launched them, but I've gotten better at this now, so I have better designs now. So you can check that out over at unwokeart.com, and I really do appreciate it. Yes, everyone in the chat is making fun of Paul. I wonder if Paul is still here. Is he still here? Let's check. Hang on. Oh, he's still here. He's still here. All right, guys, before we dig into the content for today, I need everyone to mount the like button for me. Mounting the like button lets YouTube know to actually recommend my content for once. I need everyone to make sure they are subscribed on whatever channel you're watching on, whether that be YouTube, X, or Rumble. I also want to do just a couple guidelines. Oh, look, Paul's a Zionist. Oh, I'm shocked. I'm shocked that our conservative retard Paul, who's going to be the first example made of tonight, is a Zionist. I'm absolutely shocked about that. All right, Paul, we warned you. Now you're banned. Goodbye. Paul can go cry his tears because here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. A couple guidelines for people who are new to Socialism Saturday so you don't end up immediately banned like conservative retard Paul. This is a class. Now, we have fun in this class. We joke in this class. There's nothing wrong with that. But you are in a class. You are in my class. I am the teacher and you are the student. If you don't like my tone, if you don't like the way I speak to you, if you don't like how I teach, if you don't like the words I'm saying, you're more than entitled to your opinions. But if you start behaving like a child throwing a temper tantrum in my chat because you're not getting told what you want to hear, you will be banned and you will not be welcome back. And you'll also get the rest of the chat pissed off at you because my chat is actually here to learn and here to pay attention. And we're not here to shitpost or do anything like that you're going to find in typical conservative retard chats. Go follow the quartering if that's what you want. We don't do that here, okay? So rein it in. Don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult the chat. Remember, this is my house. I can say and do whatever I want, but as long as you are in my house, you will follow my rules. If you whine and complain, that will also find you quickly banned because I don't have kids for a reason. I don't want to listen to whining or complaining. The reason we do Socialism Saturday, and you may have heard this somewhere recently, the reason that we do Socialism Saturday is because socialists use the same vocabulary as us. They do not use the same dictionary as us. And so the best way to learn how to speak the language of socialist is not to listen to grifting shills like James Lindsay, who claim to decode language, but then actually don't. The best way to learn the language of socialists is to immerse yourself in their presentations so you can hear their language in context. As we are watching the presentation, I'm going to be breaking down the language for you. We're going to pause. We're going to identify things. We're going to talk about the meaning of things. There's going to be pop quizzes for the chat. Also, people can start to understand how socialist language shows up in the real world. Because once you become fluent in the language of socialist, you will never see the world in the same way again. You will start seeing it show up in your kid's school. You will start seeing it show up in your community. You will start seeing it show up in TV commercials, in movies, everywhere you look. People think the problem is bad. You have no idea how bad it is until you learn how to speak the language of socialists. I'm going to ask everyone, please refrain from debunking them. Because every time we spend energy debunking them, you are not listening to them. And I know the urge to debunk them can be strong, okay? I get it. Socialists say a lot of stupid things. I don't want to hear any of real socialism hasn't been tried, or don't they know that how many people died from this, or why don't they go live in a... I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. It has never solved any problem. It has never done anything to beat back the woke left cultural revolution. It has never done anything productive. It just makes you feel good and it makes you feel morally superior. But every time that you are focused on debunking them, you are not listening to them. And listening is what is required in order to learn the language. If you are new here to Socialism Saturday, don't be put off. You have blocked no less than a dozen people in my community on Midwestern Marx's YouTube page. So please explain to me, Cobra Commander, why I shouldn't just ban you. How many people have you banned from my community on Midwestern Marx's YouTube page? If members of my community are not welcome over there, why should you be welcome over here? We'll wait for your answer in the chat. What was I just saying before I had to admonish? We do get socialists and communists who come and watch Socialism Saturday. When there are socialists and communists here, it's actually a good opportunity to understand their perspective and stuff like that. Okay. If there's anyone new here, I don't want you to be put off by the fact that I just banned the conservative retard, because as long as you follow the rules and you ask good questions and you interact like a normal human being, you won't get banned, okay? I want to encourage people to ask questions. We'll pay attention to the chat. I do have mods paying attention to the chat. So if you have questions, please do ask them. If you are new and you feel comfortable identifying yourself, let us know, because we like new people. Yes. And my chat likes the way I do take control. All right, so you have no excuse for why you have banned like at least a dozen members of my community from Midwestern Marxist chat. All right, well, you get one more try, bro. You get one more try, because again, my audience went over respectfully to Midwestern Marxist page, and you started banning them immediately when this happened. And this was a while ago, so I'm sure that you don't remember it because you guys are not altogether the brightest crayons in the box. But you have a leash that's about this long. And if you say anything to step out of line, or you say anything to be disruptive, you will be banned immediately. There are people in the chat that can't even see him because he's banned them. So keep that in mind. No, he wasn't. He's one of their mods. He's one of Midwestern Marx's mods. Anyway, guys, let's dig into it. And the first thing I want to watch is just this 2-minute and 45-second clip from the Rubin Report, because I want to compare the expert analysis of Dave Rubin to what we're going to do for the rest of the night. So let's see how conservatives are covering our friend, and I use the term friend sarcastically at best, Dr. Mohamed Abdou. Let's see.
Require on-the-ground organizing work. This is stolen land. America is leading this war, and the chickens are coming home to roost.
Check this out. This is unbelievable. This is really unbelievable. This is video of a guy by the name of Mohamed Abdou. He is a visiting professor in the Modern Arab Studies Department at Columbia University. And listen to this guy, who is not an American, teaching American students at an American university about the business of propaganda.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. We're standing very much on Lenin and Arabi territory. I am a settler on stolen land. What does that have to do with Palestine? Well, we're in the business of propaganda, whether we like to admit it or not. And so the question is, do people want a revolution, an actual revolution, a real revolution? Do they want to be revolutionary? Or do they want to sell ciphers, opinions on the internet? Because revolutions require on-the-ground organizing work. This is stolen land. America is leading this war. And the chickens are coming home to roost, as Malcolm had noted. This ain't no American dream. It was always an American nightmare. If we're fighting for
What is he talking about? We're only 1 minute into this clip, and I already know that Dave Rubin has no fucking clue what this guy is talking about. Pop quiz for my chat. What is he talking about? I'm gonna ask it as vaguely as possible, so it would be even more impressive when you guys come up with the correct answer. What is he talking about? He's talking about capitalism. He's talking about the capitalist ownership of land. In this case, he's saying the university, Columbia University, is a capitalist institution occupying indigenous land. They're settler colonists in the same way that Israel are settler colonists imposing the oppressive force of capitalism on indigenous land in Gaza. He's talking about colonization. He is talking about a socialist revolution to overthrow the oppressive force of capitalism. Colonization. Colonization equals capitalism. He's talking about socialist revolution. Intifada means worldwide socialist revolution. It is not anti-Semitic. It means worldwide socialist revolution. Do you know how I know that? Because I interviewed 2 members of the Revolutionary Communists of America, and they explicitly said that, and you can find the video on the Substack. American imperialism. That might be another way to put it, Jason. Mainly Israel being capitalist ownership. Exactly. He's talking about the privatization of indigenous lands. America colonized the native land and made it capitalist. Also, he's saying the university colonized native land under capitalism. That's why he's saying he is a settler colonist at the university. Capitalism system imposed on the land. Colonization. No, Kate, that is not true. Intifada means worldwide socialist revolution. And you've been here when I previously explained this, Kate. You're listening. Kate, you must be listening to really shitty conservative influencers, because oftentimes you come in confused about things that I know you've been here when they've been explained. But no, I literally have video of them saying this. Intifada means worldwide socialist revolution. It has nothing to do with anti-Semitism at all in any way. Yup, Dave is going to impressively fuck this up. Intifada was first coined during the 1952 communist revolution in Iraq against the monarchy. It is a Marxist word, not an Islam word. Exactly. All right, now let's watch Dave impressively fuck this up.
the rights of indigenous people to assert their own sovereignty, their own governance, their own ways of living, then we need to contend with that here. We can't lie to ourselves. You want a free Palestine? What about land back here? Again, America is leading this war. What is land back halal with regards to Palestine, but not here? Not a free Palestine, free over here. What does it mean for Palestine to be free? What does it mean for Turtle Island to be free? America is a settler colonial society. Israel is a settler colonial society. Where do you think that they got that idea from, that structure from? BDS is great. Blocking ports is amazing. Shipping routes, commerce, travel, trade.
All
even
things that
ruining
uphold
somebody,
capitalism.
a white supremacist, powerful day, week, month.
And do you need me to add to this? This guy is a visiting professor at Columbia.
Yes, Dave.
He's not just saying destroy Israel, he's saying destroy America.
Not what he's saying at all, actually.
Since it's very clear he wouldn't mind virtually any of the techniques that one might use to destroy America, as he talks about indigenous rights in America. So I think he would be actually okay if a Native American strapped on a suicide bomb, suicide belt, whatever you want to call it, and went to Columbia and blew up the building he was in. He was doing it in the name of freeing the people.
He actually would be okay with that, Dave. He would be okay with that, but not for the reason that you think. Because if that happened, that would be revolutionary suicide against the capitalist institution that they perceive Colombia to be. Because what Dave Rubin won't tell you is that when Mohamed Abdou says America is leading this war, what he means is America is leading, America as the capitalist, the pinnacle of capitalism, is leading the war against the indigenous. The indigenous in this case being the Palestinians. All right, so Dave Rubin, as I predicted, impressively screwed that up. My audience knows more than Dave Rubin. You know, it was inevitable. It was inevitable because Dave Rubin's not very smart and certainly not very funny. Anyway, now that we've gotten that out of the way, we've gotten the expert conservative commentary out of the way. Let's dig into the good stuff. The first thing we're going to watch is an interview that Mohamed Abdou did with a socialist podcast called The Red Nation. Yup, Dave Rubin is like James Lindsay. Two dumb pundits. God. Thank God I outgrew them so quickly. The first thing that we're going to watch tonight is from the Red Nation podcast. We have watched the Red Nation podcast before. We watched the Red Nation podcast for our Valentine's Day special, where we talked about how love is a construct of capitalism or something like that. It was actually a really good episode. If you go back and watch it, I had a fun time with it. Anyway, this is Mohamed Abdou doing an interview with this podcast in which he says academia is a site of resistance, not liberation. And let's see what he had to say. This was on May 4th, so about a couple weeks ago.
Red Nation podcast. We have a special guest here today, Dr. Mohamed Abdou, who I'll just allow you to introduce yourself if you want to do an introduction.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'm deeply humbled and honored to be with you, Nick, Jen, and the Red Nation. Allow me before, it's part of the introduction,
I'm going to get a beer.
I usually start off with a prayer, and it's Moses' prayer in the Quran when they were about to meet Pharaoh. And Moses prayed, Allahumma shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma shrah li sadri, O Creator, may you open thy breast, wa yassir li amri, and make my affairs easy. Wahlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli, and undo the knot in my tongue, such that my speech becomes accessible to you all and to the gracious listeners. My name is Mohamed Abdou, no need for titles. I'm a settler, or identify as a settler of color on Turtle Island. I've considered myself to be a settler since the age of 16 when I first moved to Canada. I'm an interdisciplinary intellectual organizer. I'm not I don't subscribe to being a sort of a careerist academic. And yeah, I teach on everything from, Indigenous land education, Black geographies, Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African studies, queer studies, feminist studies, post-colonial abolitionist studies, and certainly decolonization, psychoanalysis. I've been involved as a social movement organizer from a relatively young age with Indigenous land defending insofar as the Mohawks, particularly my siblings in Tatanega, Kwasasne, and Kanasatake. During the Culverstone track standoff in the early 2000s, the post-anti globalization movements of Seattle, anti-war protests, Tahrir Square, a lot of abolitionist organizing as well, and having lived, been blessed to live with the Zapatistas on two occasions, in 2011 and in 2013. I originally am an engineer. I did my bachelor's, my MA in sociology, my PhD on interdisciplinary studies. I wrote my MA on Islam and anarchism that has become published as a book.
Oh, he's an anarchist.
Press,
I'm shocked.
Year and a half.
Cheers.
And my PhD was on Islam and queer Muslims. So it was ethnographic and historical archival. I was exploring sort of the dimension of queerness and feminism insofar as Islam, homo-nationalism, pinkwashing.
Wait. You're shitting me. He did his PhD on queer Islam? This guy is literally Queers for Palestine. Literally fucking Queers for Palestine. What does Queers for Palestine mean? Pop quiz for my chat. What does Queers for Palestine mean? Let's just listen to him say that again.
Book with Pluto Press over the past year and a
Pluto
half.
Press is socialist, by the way.
And my PhD was on Islam and queer Muslims, so it was ethnographic and historical archival.
Ethnographic means essentially lived experience. So when he's saying that his PhD was in Islam and queer Muslims, that means he himself identifies as queer. So he is literally Queers for Palestine. What does that mean? What does Queers for Palestine mean? Working together with the comrades to free everyone from capitalism. No one is free until everyone is free. Queers for Palestine means queers for the socialist revolution in the Gaza Strip. It means communists for Palestine. It means liberation for all oppressed. Liberation, of course, means to free oneself from the oppressive force of capitalism. No one is free until everyone is free of the oppressive force of capitalism. You got it. You got it. He's a queer Marxist for Palestine. Solidarity from the oppressors of capitalism. We found patient zero for the Queers for Palestine. This guy is legit. Communists for the indigenous decolonization of Palestine. Solidarity, queer in Palestine, liberating themselves from capitalism. It means freedom of capitalism. Well done, Kate. I knew you were listening. Exactly. Wow.
My PhD was on Islam and queer Muslims, so it was ethnographic and historical archival. I was exploring sort of the dimension of queerness and feminism insofar as Islam, homo-nationalism, pinkwashing, in the context, obviously, of settler colonial societies is the US, Canada, as well as so-called Israel. And it involved interviews with queer Nubian and Sudanese Egyptians, trans sex workers, gay men in the Egyptian military, but also queer Black and non-Black Muslims in the context of Turtle Island. I taught at the University of Toronto. I had the honor of teaching Dr. Eve Tuck's course on Indigenous land education and Black geographies. Obviously, it's a huge honor as a non-Indigenous, non-Black person to have been given that responsibility. I've also taught at the American University of Cairo as assistant professor. I was at land grab Cornell, Zionist land grab Cornell, simply because, Cornell is one of the it benefited most out of the Morrill Act, stole 1 million acres of indigenous land, displaced over 250 indigenous nations. And it's Zionist simply because of its collaboration with the military-industrial complex insofar as Technion and many other investments in the context of Zionist Israel. And I was hired, really, that's part of the story, I guess. I started as the Arcapada visiting assistant professor at the Middle Eastern, South Asian, African Studies program in January. And yes, I'm here with you all now. So.
Thanks so much for that introduction. And I just want to maybe set up the conversation a little bit too, because there's a lot that has happened to you professionally and personally that we want to get into, especially the I don't even want to call it McCarthyite because it's at a different level. It's an outright attack on universities and especially intellectuals who are challenging the Zionist occupation of Palestine. But I want to talk a little bit about the politics of universities and knowledge production because
let's do that.
You prefaced your introduction about talking about the Morrill Act, and so for those of you that don't know, we've done quite a bit of background on this.
I know what the Morrill Act is. Does anyone know what the Morrill Act is? This is how you know that I actually did work in higher education for 10 years. The Morrill Act is going to be something that they're going to identify as the original oppressive act where the universities privatized the land under the oppressive force of capitalism. Does anyone here know what the Morrill Act is? Okay, has anyone ever heard of a land grant university? Many of the big public universities in the United States were originally set up as what's called land grant universities under the Morrill Act. And what it did is it basically took public land and it gave it to the university system. The University of Vermont is a land grant university. The Ohio State is a land grant university. There are a bunch. There are like dozens of other. Like, there are a whole bunch of like land grant universities. I don't know the full list off the top of my head. It's been a while, but the point is that the Morrill Act was the thing that established land grant universities, in which the universities were given this previously public land that was then privatized under the oppressive force of the university, which again, the left believes is a socialist institution. And so these are public universities. I think the University of Virginia is a land grant university. I don't know. We'll see if Utah State is a land grant university. One of the universities in Seattle is a land grant university. Yeah. So let's see what he had to say about the Morrill Act.
But it was a law that was passed in 1862 that essentially created land grant universities during the Civil War, and it was a part of a suite of legislation that was passed under the administration of Abraham Lincoln, sort of to relieve the kind of pressures that were mounting and the contradictions, the very violent contradictions that were mounting around the abolition, the Black-led abolition movement, more so concentrated on the East Coast, and thinking about opening up land west. And so there was 3 acts that kind of worked in tandem. One was this, I think it was the Pacific Railroad Act, which kind of created a federally subsidized system to create it.
That's why every time you hear like these university people, this is why he said what he did in that clip that you saw in the Rubin Report, where he said, we are on stolen land. The Morrill Act, the land grant universities, that's what that means. They stole the land and gave it to the universities. Michigan is a land grant university. Yeah, this is also true. Ingrid is right about this. Oftentimes the universities that were given land under the Morrill Act were primarily focused on like agriculture. So it was supposed to be one of those things where like, we're giving you this land, but like you're going to do something productive with it, which back in that time, this was during the Civil War, like agriculture was what they needed, right?
Transcontinental Railroad.
UC
the second
Davis,
was probably arguably the first
Yep.
federal housing policy, which was the Homestead Act, which would carve out, much like the Railroad Act, carve out land from native territory and give it at a very kind of bargain rate
Carve out land
to
from
white
native
settlers
territory.
or European immigrants who were turning into settlers through the colonial process. And the third, as you pointed out, is the Morrill Act, which created, so you have capital, the penetration of capital through the Pacific Railroad Act. You have the subsidization of white settlers moving into these areas and creating homes and carving that out of land. And third, you need the sort of ideological institutional apparatus to sort of reproduce the kind of technical know-how to continue to uphold that occupation through the land grant, which was essentially to create agricultural schools and schools for science and learning and such. So it's important to point out that in this particular context within the movement, this encampment movement, student-led movement that's happening across U.S. universities right now, because a lot of them are land grants or had benefited from land grants. I think a lot of people think like Cornell, it's a private institution, but it actually received land that's in our territory, Oceteshawkomi territory, that it sold as the starting capital fund for its university. In other places, the land grant actually served as like the starting capital for the state itself to continue to oppress and to take land from native people. So it's important to remember that what the United States kind of like lacked in capital, it created an abundance through the expropriation and genocide of indigenous people land, right? Settlers didn't bring land when they came here, right? So I think that's an important aspect, especially when we're going to get into this discussion. And the final point I want to just make is today, McGill, there's an encampment at McGill University. And, you said you're kind of like in that region, but the Traditional Council of the Ganawage actually issued a statement today granting access to this encampment and saying that, this is a decolonial encampment. And this is like part of, the struggle for land back for indigenous.
Why is it a decolonial encampment? Why are all the encampments decolonial projects? By the way, have you guys seen the students at the new school have taken over an entire building at the new school, and they blocked all the entrances and exits, and they've taken it over for like 4 days. I've barely seen any coverage of this. I saw some video of it on Twitter just earlier today. But every single time students take over land, every single time students take over a building, that's a decolonization effort, because it's struggle to get the land back that was taken under the oppressive force of capitalism. So anytime you're talking about decolonization, it's decolonizing because they are claiming it was liberated from being privatized under capitalism. Anytime you see them take over these buildings, that's a decolonization effort. Anytime you're seeing them take over a set of land, that's a decolonization effort. Decolonize means to abolish capitalism. Decolonizing means something is removing the privatization caused by the oppressive force of capitalism. It means they are taking the land back and making it public. They're taking it back from the evil capitalist oppressors and returning it to the care of the indigenous people.
People. So I think it's important to remember that, because McGill has historically sits upon, Haudenosaunee territory, and has had this kind of contentious relationship, as we've talked about on this podcast, especially about taking children. And,
every time you hear a land blessing, it's basically like a call to decolonize the land. That is why they do land blessings. They're basically, a land blessing is mourning the privatization of indigenous land, of collectivized land under the oppressive force of capitalism. A land blessing is mourning the insertion of capitalism, which is defined as private property ownership.
The deaths of those children where McGill is currently. So that's incredibly important. So I just wanted to preface all of this, because your work in particular really, I think, cuts to the bone in a lot of these conversations. And you sent us some things to like consider. And one of the pieces that you sent is actually a Twitter thread by a right winger. We won't post it here because we don't want to reproduce. But one thing that's really fascinating is, like, as like Lakota people, we always say we pray for strong enemies because it makes our spirit stronger. A lot of times we just get really kind of excuse the expression, like stupid racists who attack us. But this person actually takes the time to really consider your work in context of like an anti-colonial struggle and an anti-colonial uprising, which I think is incredibly important for thinking about the reasons why you were targeted, not just because of your support for Palestine, but because of how you were making those connections to the struggles in Turtle Island in the Western Hemisphere. So can you just maybe give us a synopsis of that particular work and why you see those sort of comparative framings as important?
Thank you, Nick. And thank you for the elaboration of the detail and the context, because it bears relevance as somebody who is at the moment on Lenni Lenape territory. It's very crucial, and I'm very blessed that my students get it, our students get it. One of the dimensions that perhaps made me threatening, and we can talk about the congressional hearings and the particular sort of context of my situating, is 1492. That becomes a very historical, material, symbolic, spiritual year. Why? There are two things that happened historically during that year. Muslim and Jewish persecution, murder, rape in Andalusia. And Muslims were referred to, and Jews, as savages and heathens. Savages being the racial descriptor, heathens being the religious, right? By Ferdinand and Isabel as part of the extension of the Crusades. But also simultaneously, obviously, Columbus's conquistador invasion of the Americas, right? Columbus had referred to, and if we read, Columbus's journey is one that is obviously founded on doctrines of manifest destiny, terra nullius, and so on. So religious doctrines, white supremacist doctrines. He described the weapons by the Taino people as alfanjis, which is the Spanish term for scimitars, which is the weapons that Muslims had used. Hernan Cortez had described.
Just as a reminder for anyone that might be new here, anytime they say white supremacist, they're not talking about skin color. They're talking about the capitalist oppressors, the people who are privatizing the land under the oppressive force of capitalism, the non-indigenous people. That might be, for our purposes here, that might actually be a good way to think of it, because socialists believe that non-indigenous people are inherently oppressive. They're trying to oppress the indigenous people. But this is not a reference to skin color. It's a reference to who is trying to privatize the land under the oppressive force of capitalism. Let me know if you have any questions about that.
Aztec women as Moorish women, the Spanish conquistador.
Oh, we got Free Mind is new here. Welcome, Free Mind. We're really glad you're here. Definitely feel free to ask questions if something is new or confusing. Remember, we were all beginners once, so there's no problem if you don't understand what we're saying. There's a lot of misinformation out there, but we're happy that you're new and we're happy that you're here.
He described Aztec temples as Moorish mosques. He had described Montezuma, the Aztec leader, as a sultan. Even the term Berdach, the anthropological term Berdach, was used to describe two-spirit people in white racist ways, was projected first on Muslims that were non-gender conforming. Right? So you see that the new world is built in the image of, in a certain sense, the old. So it's an ongoing, or at least part of my discussion is this is an ongoing crusading project. A fifth of their transatlantic siblings who were enslaved were Muslims from the Iberian Peninsula and the west coast of Africa. So how can we not talk religion? How can we not talk faith? How can we not talk spirituality? And this, again, Kwame Ture had said, you can't be revolutionary without taking into consideration religion. Right? Now we could sit down and talk about the difference between institutionalized religion, authoritarian, non-authoritarian conceptualizations, the difference even from ontological, epistemological understandings of the category religion as it developed anthropologically that is different from faith, which is a different concept in Islam, Iman, and which is a different also concept from Ruhaniya, spirituality. So these are interrelated, but very much also different concepts. It's very ironic that in the Quran, the word Muslim is actually mentioned 5 or 6 times. And Muslims acknowledge that there are over 100,000 and certain other oral...
I mean, this guy is going to, I really think this guy is going to be great though, because this guy is going to say so many of the quiet parts out loud. This guy is literally fucking Queers for Palestine. Like, this guy is bought in. This guy doesn't give an F. This guy is going to say everything, and like all we need to do is sit back and listen to him. But yeah, everyone's got to keep in mind because Human Centipede was saying, I'm having a tremendous urge to debunk. Okay. And I'm sure many of you are feeling that. What you need to do though is just sit back. Kevin, you got put in timeout because you're being a pain in the ass. Either you're here to learn or you're here to run your mouth. If you're not here to learn, get the fuck out. As I was saying, before I was interrupted by someone whining in my chat, debunking this guy is not going to do any good. It's not going to change his mind. It's not going to change any of the minds of the people who follow him, right? What we need to do is to listen to what he's saying, to understand his perspective, because there are a million people just like him in the country right now. He gives us insight into what the left is thinking and what they're doing. So that's why we're doing this. No, Kevin, you weren't. You are being a pain in the ass. If you do not ask questions directly related to what is going on right in front of us, that is not welcome. That is not what we're doing here. You are not playing your game, bro. You're playing my fucking game. And if you're not going to play by my rules, you're not going to be here. This guy is proud of street cred and what to tell everyone, wants to tell everyone. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Accounts and oral traditions, close to 200, maybe even 300,000 different prophets, right? But the emphasis is on the term or on the category believer, mu'mineen, That's the one that is emphasized. So part of my work in Islam and anarchism, and I use specifically the Quran, because regardless of whether you're Sunni, a Shiite, an Ismaili, a Sufi, an Ahmadi, a Nation of Islam, you're still bound by this one Quran. The oral tradition, what's accepted, what's not accepted may differ in that context, but the Quran, that is the one thing that we share in common. And so it becomes the barometer that I'm able to, if you will, call out Muslims from various different denominations. I don't belong or don't identify with any specific denomination, right? As a barometer, as a yardstick of, is Islam anti-capitalist? Is it anti-racist? Is it anti-authoritarian? And what are the models of governance that Islam advocates for? What are the model of economic systems, social justice systems? So I trace then the category of the believer. The believer is the one that does not engage in israf or waste, for instance, that minds the rights of the orphans, the poor, women, elderly, children, and so on and so forth. I shudder to think that in Islam or in the Quran, so many chapters are named after non-human life. The chapter of the beast, the chapter of the sun, the chapter of the moon, the chapter of the thunder, the chapter of the ants. Yet Muslims, the chapter of the cow, yet Muslims don't get to think or spend time thinking vis-a-vis ijtihad, which is a methodology, a right that any Muslim believer has the capacity to engage in intellectual reasonings insofar as this text, right? But we don't think about our responsibilities to non-human life. Non-human life, the land, that is a spiritual subject, not an object. She's not an anthropomorphic sort of property that we own per se, right? And that is part of sort of the framing, broadly speaking, that I operate within. Insofar as the dimension of religion, in terms of the dimension of political theology, what in other canons in Latin America, liberation theology, and so on, can tend to or frame
liberation theology.
And I think this becomes very important in terms of the different and varying cosmovisions that we have, right? That can contribute to historical materialist analysis, right? Not just as an add-on, but what does the land have to teach us? What does our Mother Earth have to teach us? If we listen to her, if we walk with her as opposed to living upon her. And that becomes very critical. What does she have to teach us? You know, our Mother Earth, she has her own timetable and schedule. She does not distinguish, and this is not sort of as a sign of disrespect. This is a sign of actually, you know, our feebleness, our finiteness as a species. But she does not distinguish between an indigenous land defender and a Palestinian freedom fighter, or a Zionist or a white supremacist. And that doesn't make her any less reasonable or rational than us, right? We're all on different boats. We're heading towards the Titanic, and it's all steams ahead. And some people will even argue that there isn't even, icebergs ahead. What are responsibilities towards her then? What does she have to teach us, to illuminate? In Islam, we have the concept of al-ghayb, which is the unknown. There are verses in the Quran that nobody knows the meaning of. Chapter 2 of the Qaw, which is referred to as the chapter of the Qaw, Surah Al-Baqarah, begins with the letters Alif, Lam, Mim. 3 Arabic letters conjoined to form an Arabic word that nobody knows the meaning of. So my work tries to connect, again, indigenous Black traditions, movements, 1492 Islam, Judaism, to begin to explore leftist traditions of spirituality and expand upon that. Because it's a huge problem that exists in the left, this anti-spiritual dimension, that is just broadly speaking.
Did we just find the Gnostic sex cult? I think we may have. Let's listen again. All the things he's calling leftist spirituality.
And indigenous Black traditions, movements, 1492 Islam, Judaism, to begin to explore leftist traditions of spirituality and expand upon that. Because it's a huge problem that exists in the left, this anti-spiritual dimension, that is just broadly speaking, right? And I get why it exists, but we're also talking about leftist movements, predominantly speaking, in so-called global north or Euro-America, that are animated or by white settlerhood mentalities with regards to religion based on exposure to, Catholicism or Protestant sort of traditions, Lutheran traditions.
Hang on, we're going to let him finish. I want to get this super chat from Rottweiler. Rottweiler says, his prime source evidence that Islam is being co-opted by liberation theology. He is prime source evidence that Islam is being co-opted by liberation theology, despite conservatives saying otherwise. Of course, Islam's being co-opted by liberate. We need to dig more into liberation theology at some point. I'm really not looking forward to it because liberation theology is crazy, but we do need to do that.
Forgetting the fact that Christianity is an Eastern tradition that was usurped underneath Constantine, and weaponized as an imperial mode of conquest, right? Show me Jesus of the oppressed, the Jesus that defended Mary Magdalene, Isa the Palestinian, if you will, who flipped the table on in the temples because of money exchanges and usury and so on and so forth, that is also forbidden in Islam. Show me Moses who stood against Pharaoh. Show me Muhammad that stood against or for social justice. This is what demands commanding, if you will. This is not a war between Muslims and Jews.
Did he just say that Moses standing against Pharaoh was like an act of social justice? Was that considered like a glorious uprising under like a glorious revolution?
Rather, it's a war that Muslims and Jews have been conscripted into, vis-a-vis, again, white supremacist imprints, vis-a-vis that Christianity that have been projected onto Islam and the manifestation of neoconservative Wahhabism, even Muslim Brotherhood thought, if we're being frank and honest, as well onto Judaism and the manifestation of Zionism. But yeah, we're talking about manifest destiny, doctrines of discovery, Victorian notions of property, common law. We're talking about, conceptualizations of gender and sexuality. The very much formulate the very bosom of the serpent coil, as Frederick Douglass would refer to her, America, settler nation. And it can't be this is the fork in the road, and we have to decide. The people need to decide. Is it an American dream or is it an American nightmare, as Malcolm had referred to it, right? But we have to understand from an organizational standpoint that difference between mobilizing and organizing, as Kwame Ture had noted, because organizing means understanding structures and the nature of the structures that we're contending against. And that's what becomes very crucial. What sort of world are we building for our children? The confluence of institutions, of power, of geopolitics, and our placement and our responsibilities towards, again, what Mumia Abdou refers to as, the arrows that come from immortality and the ones that we shoot towards our affinity, again, our children that are born here and now. Academia is a site of resistance, not liberation. And how we can transition from talking about surviving to thriving, because I'm tired also of Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And these are, just problematic acronyms at the same time, part of the liberal order, as if there aren't Black, Indigenous people, as if there aren't Black people of color, label yourself as LGBTIQ.
Hang on. This isn't word salad. If you guys think that he's speaking word salad, now I'm not going to say what he's saying isn't complex. There's a lot to break down on what he's saying. I just want to make note that if you think he's speaking word salad, that is an indication to you that you don't yet know the language. So that's not a him problem. He is speaking his language. He is speaking the language of socialists. This is like if you were to go to France and everyone around you is speaking French. And you don't speak French, you only speak English, and then you go and you say, well, this is all word salad. I mean, these people are just crazy. They're just saying nothing. This is all word salad. They're not saying nothing. You don't speak their language. It's exactly the same thing with this. You don't speak the language of socialists yet. That's okay. That's what we're doing here. But if this sounds like word salad to you, that just means you need to keep listening and ask questions. We will break it down.
So on and so forth. And I always say that identity politics are limited in the scope of, what are the ethical, political, spiritual commitments that form identities? I mean, you could be Muslim and Zionist, and there are plenty of those nowadays. So you telling me you're a Muslim or Black?
Well, I mean, yeah. Oh, shit. What did I just do? I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I mean, he isn't finishing sentences, but it's kind of like with Russian, right? With Russian, you can basically, when you, I don't know how many people here speak Russian, and I don't speak Russian, but I have I'm married to someone who does, and he's explained this to me. Like in Russian, you can basically throw a bunch of words in there that are that would sound like broken English, but like in Russian that kind of means something. It's the same thing with this. He may not be finishing his sentences, but he's not speaking English. He's speaking socialist. And so it's like you have to identify the words that make the most sense, even if he isn't finishing his sentences.
Or indigenous or queer or whatever really tells me nothing about your commitments towards anti-imperialism, towards anti-colonialism. What is our situating then in relationship to all our relations, including the land and non-human life? And what does it mean in the context of land grab universities? What does it mean when they're talking about Colombia? The shame of the moment that we're living right now is the fact that somehow we're so we're having a collective, or a lot of people are having a collective, maybe not us, but there's a collective freak out over the fact that, all these protests are going on, look at these encampments, and we're not actually paying concern to there's an actual ongoing genocide here and within Palestine and within the Congo. How are they related? How are we scrolling through genocide on phone vis-a-vis copper and cobalt that is produced in another genocide in the context of the Congo, right? How is it that we can allow or permit, and the degree of indignity to think that, is it too much to ask? And this is the setting for the white scraps that the white man leaves on the table. Is it too much to ask? And this is the indignity, right? And shame on these institutions, and shame of people that subscribe to these institutions, that an institution, a real estate corporation like Columbia University, that has investments that are badly managed assets in the context of Lockheed Martin, in the context of BlackRock, Google, Microsoft, dual degree programs with Tel Aviv, too much to divest? That Minouche Shafik would come out yesterday and issue a statement. It's just like, it's not on the table. It's not going to happen. Well, that is one of the key demands. I'm sorry, and our children know that, and they understand the value and the compass and the barometer by which we fight and we struggle for. And I applaud them for their bravery, for their ability to dream dangerously. A lot of us can learn much from them, because I think as we grow older, we're inculcated with fear, with insecurities, with what is possible and impossible, and they're here to remind us of the very horizons of dreaming dangerously. That Mia and Leonard Peltier and a lot of our elders imprisoned, incarcerated, have extolled upon us to build upon that legacy that was bequeathed to us for decades, if not for centuries. So yeah, there's 531 years that we need to contend with in relationship to white supremacy and 1492. And again, the historical, material, symbolic, and spiritual significance of that year globally.
Thank you so much, Mohamed. I mean, you tied together, you gave us like a little brief chronological history right there up to the present moment. And that was just so concise and awesome. I would love to sit in one of your lectures, but I wanted to kind of pick up on the last thing you were talking about how, majority of these universities, they have contracts with weapons manufacturers, right? Here at UNM, UNM was established, ironically, talking about spirituality and identity politics. It was, it only exists because of a land grant, right? That a Pueblo here, a Native nation, actually offered to them. It's here because of its, they wanted to expand its anthropological program, which is its biggest one. They were invading active, living Pueblos, right? And they also presently have played a huge role in the bolstering and creation of the nuclear industrial complex. And so going back to talking about what a divestment movement would look like, right? If we're talking about divesting from these institutions that do so much.
I just want to make a note on this because, and I made this note in a recent episode of the Actively Unwoke podcast, which is any conservative and any influencer and any pundit that is saying that the protesters don't even know what they want is so full of shit. They are completely lying to you because every single encampment, every single protest movement that has sprung up has a very specific list of demands. Socialists always have lists of demands. This is part of their organizing practice. If they're going to do something, they're going to be like, okay, we're going to cause a lot of trouble for you. And if you want the trouble to stop, here is what we want you to do. And they teach people how to write demand lists at their conferences. I know because I've been at their conferences where they've done it. And so, all right, bro, you were warned multiple times and now you're getting banned. Goodbye. Jesus Christ. What is so difficult for people to understand? Anyway, back to what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted again. Any pundit that says they don't know what they want hasn't even bothered to look at the fact that every single group has a list of demands. And the main demand that every single one of these groups has is divest from Israel. That is the main one. What does divestment mean? Stop sending money to Israel. Stop investing in things in Israel. Stop working with the Israeli Defense Force on different projects. Stop sending students over to Israel. That's literally all that means. Now, that's something that pretty much, well, not actually, yeah, there have been some protests, Eric, and I don't know if they met their demands, but some universities are saying, okay, you guys want us to divest. We will have a vote on divestment. So they're meeting the demand in that way. They may not be saying we're going to fully divest, but they're saying they're going to have a vote on it. Wait, did Logan say that they don't know what they're protesting? Logan Lansing is such a fucking moron, man. James Lindsay is doing exactly what Tim Pool does. James Lindsay has decided to surround himself with people that are far stupider than him in order to look smarter. That's why he's surrounded himself with Deb Philman. That's why he's surrounded himself with Lisa Logan. That's why he co-authored a book with Logan Lansing, because they're all fucking morons. Anyway, the main demand that most of the protesters have is divestment. That is what they want. That just means stop sending money to Israel.
To bolster these weapons production companies, I mean, that would have a profound impact on quite literally like the global economy, right? I mean, the U.S. economy is tied up in the global war economy. And I think I want to kind of talk about what it would take to remind people that that level of power that students have in targeting these institutions and like really thinking about how something like student activism actually plays a role in doing something as big as disrupting like the global arms trade.
Thank you very much, Jen. That's very important. You know, divestment is, we need, what I believe, what I think, and please, I'm happy to learn from you all. You know, we can join hands and we ask one another what each of us knows. And this is how we discover the revolutionary horizon together, as the Zapatistas have taught me.
To be clear for people commenting in the chat, I'm not making an assessment about whether or not divestment is possible or divestment is a reasonable request. There are some universities that they've compromised with the students to say, okay, we can't meet this divestment demand, but we can have a vote on it. We can put it up for discussion. Maybe we can divest from certain things. And so the students have actually on some of these encampments been willing to compromise, and they've taken down their encampments with a promise to have a vote on it, or a promise to discuss it, or a promise to like divest from certain things, but maybe not everything. The point is not whether or not divestment is possible. The point is that the students know exactly what they want, and they're very clear in their demands, and all the universities know what the demands are. So anyone, and I mean anyone, Logan Lansing, who is saying that the college protesters don't know what they want, hasn't bothered to do the basic bit of research required to understand what is going on.
Divestment to me is a tactic. It's part of a broader strategy. It's very threatening to the dominant order for a reason, as you noted. It's remarkable in terms of its the threat that it posits towards racial capitalism.
Oh,
right? And the circuitries of power, money, politics, and so on and so forth, neoliberalism in this so-called globalized age.
But I thought this was a Gnostic sex cult. I thought this had nothing to do with capitalism, James Lindsay. James Lindsay assured us that capitalism wasn't a part of this at all. Let's listen.
To capitalism. In order for a reason, as you noted, it's It's remarkable in terms of its the threat that it posits towards racial capitalism, right? And the circuitries of power, money, politics, and so on and so forth, neoliberalism in this so-called globalized age. But then I like us to think about strategy. One thing that I often, I was telling the students in the encampments, right? This is a liberated zone. This is a people's university. Why aren't we growing food? Or why aren't you perhaps growing food, right? Za'atar, thyme, aren't you mint, and so on and so forth, perhaps even watermelons, right? This becomes crucial because I think part of becoming revolutionary, because there's a difference between, and a lot of people talk revolution, not having lived, I had the honor of living, and they're
Bro, do you really expect me not to ban you from my chat if you come in and say bad take, bro, and say you're giving me a thumbs down? Do you want to stay on this channel or not? Do you want to use your words like a big boy and be very clear with what you mean when you say a bad take for which you are penal? Can everyone mount the like button, because Greg here is playing fucking games, because Greg apparently is a soft little snowflake who doesn't like it when people say words that Greg disagrees with, and he has to publicly announce that he is trying to sabotage this stream by giving it a thumbs down because his feelings were hurt over a take he doesn't agree with, but he isn't bothering to explain what that is. So first of all, can everyone mount the like button for me to counteract the implications of this asshole? Now, Greg, we're waiting for you to tell us what exactly it is you don't like. And if you don't, I'm just going to ban you permanently and you'll never be back. So we'll wait a second. We're waiting, Greg. We're waiting. Are you able to use your words, Greg? Is Greg even still here? Let's see. Yep, Greg is still here. Greg, we are waiting for your explanation, bro. You've got about 10 more seconds before I permanently ban you. You want to come in and you want to try to sabotage my stream with bullshit? We're waiting. Everyone else, please make sure you mount the like button. So Greg just said a lot of words that doesn't mean anything. Prager's axiom, I give two shits what Dennis Prager thinks, so that's already put you in the shithouse on that. Prager's axiom, consensus on ideas is secondary to clarity on all set opinions and disagreements. So, Greg, it seems to me that you're bringing up something that isn't even remotely relevant to anything that was said, and you're just complaining to complain. So do you want to provide clarification? Because this doesn't mean anything, Greg, and I require people in my audience to have a certain IQ and a certain disposition. This doesn't mean anything. This is reeing. This is just reeing. So do you want to try one more time before I permanently ban you for being a pain in the ass? We'll wait. Because this gives us no information, bro. If you don't understand that, you're not smart enough to be here. You got one more try. 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last call, Greg. Last call. All right. Greg is permanently banned. Goodbye, Greg.
Not easy to chew in the context of Tahrir 2011, 2013, though I was opposed to what happened in 2013 in the context of Egypt and the mass slaughter of the Muslim Brotherhood. Revolutions involve practical questions. What are you going to do with the army? What are you going to do with the nuclear power plant? What are you going to do when somebody gets sick? What are you going to do insofar as food? And most BIPOC people, or Black, Indigenous, and people of color, we become heavily urbanized. And of course, this is part of the purposeful project of white supremacy. But we don't know. We've been disconnected from land. That umbilical cord has been severed for so many of us. How can we then assert Indigenous sovereignty, the means of food sovereignty, autonomy, and Black self-determination in the context of here, without knowing how to grow food? And it's not easy, dealing with, what do you do when somebody gets sick? What do you do insofar as food, nourishment? That's a challenge, and we become heavily urbanized. A lot of us are in the metropolis, civilized that way, and disconnected from the primitive, savage sort of exterior, right? And to me, that's a huge danger, because who controls the land, the I-4 Rust Belt corridor? Well, it's the white farmer with stamp decrees that is armed and that feeds the metropolis. So that ability, and we can talk about the need for an urban zapatismo, that becomes very important, but the ability to assert our own autonomy for students, to not only begin to connect.
This is the one and only time I'm going to say this. We are in a class about socialism. Unless you have a question directly related to socialism, I don't want to fucking hear it. If you really want me to answer a question that is not related to socialism, you can send in a super chat, because this is not what we're doing today. If you are not smart enough to ascertain why I do not like just pearly things based on the stream I did last night, then you are not smart enough to be here. And I do not believe your IQ is 133 if you are not smart enough to watch the stream I did last night and ascertain the information. If you would like clarification, then pull out your fucking wallet and pay for it, because this is not what we're doing here.
Part of a wider strategy, these encampments. What is the goal here? Divestment, yes, but we're also on stolen land. America is leading this war. How do we disrupt settlerhood and settler sovereignty? What are alternative ways and modes of being and living, as I noted earlier, with the land, in the creation of new formulations of society, a pluriverse world, a world of many worlds? And it involves a lot of discussions, because there are stereotypes that we've also internalized of one another. So it involves developing an ethics of conflict resolution, of disagreements, a politics of hospitality. But the students get it, because, for when I arrived here in January, and, they embodied these kinds of ethics. They lived together, they met together, they ate together, they broke bread together, they slept in each other's houses. They got to know each other in a way that even faculty or even social movements don't necessarily invest in each other's struggles to earn that level of trust. And still, despite that, you can be subject to COINTELPRO, which I know, at least in the case of the students over here, they've been subjected to, right? There are issues of sexism, of misogyny, of queerophobia, of all these different dimensions in the formulation of that society that manifests in the encampment or otherwise. So the encampments are the product of, at least 6 months, if not more, of the investment in these kinds of relationships, of the earning of trust,
The encampments are the products of at least 6 months of these kind of relationships and earning of trust. What does that mean for our purposes here? The encampments didn't just spring up out of nowhere. These were students that had been organizing with each other for months, if not some of them years. Columbia University Apartheid Divest is an organization that has been around for literally years. It's actually not even one organization. It's a network of like 100 different groups at Columbia that were all making the same demands to the institution, which was to divest from Israel. And they were doing this for years prior to October 7th. So it wasn't even a new thing. For everyone who thinks that these people must be funded by George Soros because that's the only way they could have made this happen so fast, it didn't happen fast. It has been building for years prior to October 7th. They have been protesting for months after October 7th. And then through the process of building these relationships with each other by organizing with each other constantly, that's when the encampments happened.
Overcoming of one's insecurities, of the undressing of oneself, of learning from one another. and the building together. And this is why I think we keep on moving and transitioning from, well, we started off in 2010 from, Tahrir Square. We didn't build alternatives there. Everybody coveted power. They wanted
That's
Mubarak
sassy,
space
PNW
and
American.
demagoguery, and everybody vied for that piece of the pie. Without thinking of alternatives, revolutionary alternatives. What does it mean to disrupt colonial imperial borders?
Bye,
Gaza was a
Ingrid.
part of Rafah. It's actually a part and extension of Northern Africa. How do we disrupt? How do we build alternatives that way? Right? What are alternative modes of thinking? What do we do with spirituality, given conservative interpretations of Islam, given anti-Blackness, given Arab supremacy, given Sunni supremacy in the context of Egypt? So it's a lot of conversations that need to be disentangled, if you will, or undone or unsettled in terms of the unsaids that way, to move past the point of mobilizations and from Tahrir to No Dakota, where land defenders were referred to as jihadi terrorists. I mean, what could be more? It's not that Islam is quintessential, right? But it's how it's been constructed as a quintessential other in the psyche of our oppressors, of white supremacy, of the white liberal order, which is the very bosom of white supremacy, more than conservatism, if you will, ever was.
I'm sorry, what was that? The quote-unquote white liberal order is more of a bastion of white supremacy than conservatism ever was? How does that work exactly? Let's listen again.
Land defenders were referred to as jihadi terrorists. I mean, what could be more? It's not that Islam is quintessential, right? But it's how it's been constructed as a quintessential other in the psyche of our oppressors, of white supremacy, of the white liberal order, which is the very bosom of white supremacy, more than conservatism, if you will, ever was.
How is that possible? Because I was led to believe that conservatives were the only form of white supremacy by conservatives. What do you think that means? That the liberal order was more of a bastion of white supremacy more than conservatism ever was. What does that mean, do you think? White liberal orders are the bosom of white supremacy. Means they hate Democrats. Means they hate Democrats. It means they hate white liberal ladies. It means they hate Democrats. Liberals are capitalists. Liberals are perpetuating capitalism. Any other ideas? Yep, white supremacy means capitalist. Liberal world order stands in their way of the abolition of capitalism. Yup. I like this too. This is liberalism means, that's a really great point. Liberalism is synonymous with individualism. Individualism is one of the things they need to destroy in order to abolish capitalism, because individualism and meritocracy uphold capitalism, whereas equity gets rid of the individual and puts everyone at the will of the collective, from each according to their ability to each according to their need. That's what equity is. Equity means sameness. It means equality of outcomes. It means Marxism. As long as we have liberalism, then we have individualism, which means capitalism. Does everyone understand that? They uphold capitalism just as much as conservatives and right-wing and so on. Yes, they do. Liberals recuperate the queers and gays into capitalism. You cannot have a collective with individualism. Classical liberalism means individual rights. The word liberal was taken and perverted by Democrats into liberal with other people's money. That's a really great way to put it, Kurt.
So, I think this question for the students, and this is, I think, what we need to encourage them on doing, and sort of walk with them that path. What are we going to do past the summer, past this moment, right? Past taking over a building? And what is the significance of that? And to counter the dystopian sort of outrage that just manifests in mobilization, because in mobilizations you have conservative Muslims that are against critical race theory, that are against queerness. You have queer Muslims there. You have anti-Zionist Jews. You have, like I said, Islamophobic and anti-religious leftists, and they're all screaming free Palestine, right? And it's just, well, they're all projecting ideological manifestations of what a free Palestine will be. And this is part of perhaps, what's so ironic about what I say that got taken out of context, cherry-picked by Zionists in my own targeting, that, he supported the Muqawama, right? The resistance, Hamas, Hezbollah. Yeah, but finish off that sentence, which is what I said is, yes, I support anti-colonial struggles and the right, because as Walter Rodney said, but by what manifestation do we actually think that, the violence that the slave uses to undo their shackles is equal to the violence of the oppressor? We're not talking about symmetry here, or a fight between equals. And in that context, what I also said was,
so he's saying the quiet part out loud. He's saying, and I think anyone who watched my channel actually knew this already. When he's saying he supports Hamas, it's not that he supports terrorism. It's not that he's anti-Semitic. It's that he supports overthrowing the settler colonist oppressors. The settler colonist oppressors are the capitalists. It is immaterial about whether or not they're Jewish. Because if there was another group of settler colonists, i.e. the people running the university, he would also oppose them. Regardless, they're not, like, the university administration, I don't know, maybe they are, but, like, in this case, if he's talking about the university being the settler colonists, which he already did earlier, that's not about them being Jewish. They're not Jewish. The only reason that anti-Semitism is even coming into this discussion is because of Israel. That's it. But he's not talking about Hamas being something he supports because he wants the Jews annihilated. He's talking about Hamas being something he supports because Hamas is rising up against the settler colonists, the oppressive settler colonists that took the land and privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. Whether or not those settler colonists are Jewish is immaterial to the question. It is about them taking the land and privatizing it under the oppressive force of capitalism. That is what he is saying. Does anyone have questions about this? I know that seeing these people as anti-Semitic is an easy answer. But the fact of the matter is, he's not calling for the annihilation of the Jewish people. He's just not. What he's saying is that Israel, the Zionists, oppressed the Palestinians. Hamas is an uprising of the oppressed people against the settler colonists. And he's saying the evil that Hamas has done is insignificant compared to the evil that the settler colonists did when they oppressed them in the first place. It's like saying, he flat out said it. He was like, okay, so if a slave rises up to overthrow their master, are you going to blame the slave for using violence? Or are you going to say the slave master used more violence than the slave did? That's the point he's making. And you cannot agree with that point. That's fine if you don't agree with it. I'm not forcing anyone to think anything here. But the fact is that he is not saying kill all the Jews. He's just not. He's saying overthrow the settler colonist oppressors, which means capitalist. This doesn't make any difference at all. It doesn't matter. Because they see this as oppressor versus oppressed. We've covered this extensively, Jane. He literally has a paper called Let the Empire Collapse, Why We Need a Decolonization Revolution. Okay, you must be new here. So I'll answer this question because I think you're new here. No one cares about crony capitalism for the purpose of this question. Your definition of capitalism is not their definition of capitalism. The definition that socialists have of capitalism is private property ownership. Private property means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own a business, your ability to own an apartment rental, your ability to own intellectual property, your parental rights, and your individual liberties. That is what it means. Any discussion of crony capitalism is not relevant to the conversation and is not actually helpful, because every time you guys bring up crony capitalism, you're actually giving the left a win because you're not interacting with what their definition of capitalism is. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to answer the question, but that's the answer.
But I have issues insofar as the ethical, political, spiritual, like dimensions of Hamas, of Hezbollah, and so on. And these issues also exist on the left because we have queerphobia on the left, we have anti-blackness on the, we have all that stuff. So it's not something constrained to Islamists or something constrained to, you know, whatever factions. Liberals have that issue, those issues, and so on, and certainly the right? So this is the moving beyond mobilization to organizing. What are we doing insofar as America leading this war? Israel is but a mere instrument in its arsenal.
Do you think under this ideology, they will always view the U.S. as oppressors because of the U.S. involvement with the establishment of Israel? What did I just say? What did I literally just say? Pop quiz for the chat. Why will the left always and perpetually view the United States as an oppressive regime? And I'll give you a hint. It has nothing to do with Israel, which I literally just explained. Why do socialists inherently view the United States as oppressive and want to overthrow the government of the United States? Has nothing to do with Israel. Because it's capitalist. It has to do with capitalism. They call it the capitalist U.S. government. The U.S. is a settler colonial state in and of itself. They see the U.S. as the primary source of capitalism. Well, that's not exactly right, Sam. That's not exactly right. The United States are the top capitalist. The U.S. is seen as a capitalist regime. The U.S. is a capitalist nation. The U.S. is capitalist and colonized. The U.S. is the capitalist empire. Because of colonization? Well, not exactly. Socialists will be against the U.S. until they overthrow the system of oppression that is capitalism. A very capitalist well, it is the capitalist country. The United States is seen by these people as the pinnacle of the capitalist oppressor. So again, has nothing to do with Israel, guys. It really doesn't. Israel is just a symbol. This is just a symbol. It's something that they can latch onto. It's something that they can utilize to prove their point. But people have got to wrap their heads around this. The number one enemy of the left is always capitalism. Capitalism is defined as private property. Every single time the left is against something, the root of the reason they're against it is capitalism. It is always about overthrowing capitalism, abolishing capitalism, overthrowing private property, abolishing private property. The fact that this is going on in Israel right now is just another orientation for the capitalist settler colonist versus the oppressed proletarian. Everything leads back to capitalism and private property for socialists and Marxists. Everything is a vehicle for abolishing capitalism. Until you understand this, you do not understand the left.
Extension of the settler colonial project. I realize it's a little bit of a long-winded response to you, Jen, but I think this is worthy of noting, because this is not, I refuse that this become another Occupy, which is a problematic term, as Joanna Barker and so many others had noted. It's like, what are you occupying, right? But words have meaning, and this is why we need to, in this Orwellian time, contend with the meanings, because there's a source of power within that as well.
They think we're in an Orwellian
thanks
time.
for that, and I want to pick up a little bit on some of this.
How ironic!
About like you were talking about these sort of inbuilt sort of ideologies. Some of them are reactionary. It's not just, again, it's not to like create some kind of like exclusionary or exclusive sort of like a conversation just on the left or within liberation movements. Like, this is something that's like across the board, socially. And one thing that, you didn't include, and it's not to say that you made a mistake, but it's this kind of deep investment in a settler society, or the continuity of settler colonialism, because that always goes unsaid. And one of the aspects of that is typically that sort of conversation on the left is like, well, that's a cultural concern, because you want to take down statues, you want to speak your language, you want to do a prayer and this and that, or a land acknowledgement, as critical as we are of those. But I think it sidesteps the larger question of like, no, this is actually like historical materialism. And in fact, when we talk about ending settler colonialism, we're actually talking about the material transformation of this world and of the land we live on, and our social relations with each other and it. And I think it's fascinating because I was watching some I think it was Al Jazeera, and they were interviewing students on each of these encampments across the country, and there was this student from Gaza at UNC, and she was talking about how her family was, she lost like I think 300 members of her own family, right? And then she said, in the next step, she said, or the next sentence, she said, and I don't even get free education here, but and I don't get free healthcare here, and you're subsidizing the sort of Zionist project where there is free healthcare or universal healthcare, and I was just like, it gave me and I'm not to say that this is what she meant, but it could be assumed that, well, the priority then is to create a kind of settler welfare state, right, that then continues to dispossess indigenous people. But I would say that even it's just a short soundbite in the media, and I'm not trying to pick on the student, because I actually don't believe she believes that as the end goal or the destination of the movement. But it's like, what's challenging about this is that it's like, it's showing that like there isn't, I really appreciate when you said academia is a site of resistance, not liberation. It is.
Why?
It is that, and it's also a site of material struggle, because like Columbia is the largest landowner in Manhattan, as far as I know.
Ding, ding, ding.
And these institutions do have power in many ways, but we see that
Columbia is the largest landowner in Manhattan. That makes Columbia the evil settler colonist.
Just like our kind of public institutions, so-called public institutions, our politicians, they are not beholden to everyday people, right? They are beholden to, a donor class or the ruling class or the capitalist class, or I would just call it this, the settler class. It's deeply ideologically and materially and financially invested in the continued occupation.
What was that? What did he call them? The capitalist class? The settler class? It's almost like settler, colonist, and capitalism mean the same thing.
They are not beholden to everyday people, right? They are beholden to, a donor class or the ruling class or the capitalist class, or I would just call it this, the settler class. It's deep.
The donor class, the ruling class, the capitalist class, the settler class. 4 words that all mean the same thing.
Ideologically and materially and financially invested in the continued occupation of this land, and also the exporting of that project to other places like Palestine. So I just want just a slight addendum, and I want to ask this question because I have to ask this question, and I hate to ask this question, but we have to get into the details about why we're even having this conversation. Because there was a congressional hearing at the beginning of last month, April. This will be airing, I believe, in May. And there was, they called, President Shafiq, who is the president of Colombia, to this congressional hearing that's, led by Congresswoman Stefanik, who I believe is from New York.
Wasn't led by her, but
and she was the one who grilled the Harvard, MIT, and what was the other, and UPenn presidents, and then a lot of people attribute the sort of resignation of 2 of those presidents to her sort of, calling them out and like really taking to task like these woke campuses, these woke college campuses.
He has been terminated. And not just terminated, but his files will show that he will never work at Columbia again.
So he's currently not employed by Columbia.
He is grading his students' papers and will never.
Here's the part that I played the clip at the beginning of the show, and if everyone wants to get their $2 super chats ready, that's cool. I don't mind.
Teach at Columbia again, and that will.
And just to let you know, Mr. Abdou is not grading papers right now. He's on campus at the unsanctioned anti-Israel, anti-Semitic event that is being supported by pro-Hamas activists on campus. So that's what Professor Abdou is doing at this very moment.
And in this sort of line of questioning, Congresswoman Stefanik, actually asks whether or not you were terminated as an employee of Columbia. And I just want to, I saw the Electronic Intifada interview, which was really amazing. But can you just talk about like why that's factually incorrect, but then also maybe speak to the larger question of faculty repression, specifically against Joseph Mossad and Catherine, is it Franke? And there was also some sort of, I would characterize it as potentially libelous claims even about their current status with the university itself.
Thank you, Nick. It's part of the extension of what it is that you asked. So I'm just going to go like 30 seconds before the specificities of that question. That is the power of the American dream, right? The settler futurity that involves investment in. And I think this is why I guess I have had a great deal of struggle with the gatekeeping of my work by so many, including within my own community, simply because I'm also saying that Muslims, Arabs, dare I say Palestinians, well, we're Zionists on stolen land here. What are we doing insofar as, again, land back over here? Because everybody seems to want to hyphenate their identity, or are forced to hyphenate the Native American, the Arab American, the Muslim American, the African American, the Asian American. I mean, you name it, the queer American. But the only man that doesn't have to do that is the white man that is assumed to be the native of the land. Indigenous people become signposts to history, as Audra Simpson had noted in her work. I believe it was Mohawk Interruptus. And this becomes part of the facade of the ongoing futurity, settler futurity, in which there is investment in the salvageable American dream. And that's part of the crisis that we're contending with, in a certain sense. Again, it's about intent, purpose, and action. Right. So what are we doing about settler colonialism here, particularly when indigenous people are only remembered when, in the context of, weapons of mass destruction being named after them, Tomahawk missiles, right, or Apache helicopters, or on the other hand, football teams, the Washington Redskins, the Chiefs, as if there's that debased, derogatory, racist definition that's inscribed within the regime, the infrastructure that way across the board. And so far as me, I think that is what irked precisely, insofar as the congressional hearings. Shafiq lied about when I was hired. I was hired last May, not in October. I began my position in January. Whether she misled, lied, as far as I'm concerned, that's one and the same thing at this point. She also lied about, as you noted, the fact that I was terminated. I haven't been terminated. I'm sitting in my office. I'm speaking to you all that allow me sort of the grace to be with you. As a matter of fact, I've taught the last 2 classes, the last 2 weeks at the encampment. From what I understand, I actually was the first professor to do that and to make that decision. And up until my knowledge, maybe another professor did that, but I think I've practically been the only one to hold my classes in the encampment on queer and feminist BIPOC traditions from decolonial abolitionist perspectives. That's what I was here to teach. And so she lied about those 2 things. And obviously she misrepresented, she didn't do her homework, if you will, with regard to what it is that I actually said and what it is that I was condoned, supposedly, of saying, right? Which I said one of the statements, he supports Hamas, Hezbollah, without continuing the rest of that statement. At a certain point, actually, was also referenced that, well, because I criticized in a Facebook post, I believe on October 19th, that there is no evidence of beheaded babies, at least, and a lot of people have obviously critiqued that based on
He's correct. That was completely debunked. You might not like him. It's fine not to like him, but he's right about that. Futurity is used by socialists for saying reproducing yourself and society. Thank you, human centipede.
sort of barbaric, savage mythologies that are projected onto, as they are on indigenous people, as Black people, as Muslims, in tandem. So, and I think the third thing that they had brought up, I believe during the congressional hearings, that how dare I say that how much of a smaller enemy or a smaller group had defeated a larger enemy. It's a David Goliath thing. That was a quote from the Quran, and I was trying to make a point. And the Quranic verse goes like this. وَأَعِدُّوا لَهُم مَا اسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ, and prepare for them what is necessary in strength, right? وَكَم مِّن فِئَةٍ قَلِيلَةٍ غَلَبَتْ فِئَةٍ كَبِيرَةٍ, how much of a small group defeated a larger enemy? And the context was, folks, and I was speaking to the general public, that this is about, again, understanding that it's not a matter of numbers. Millions during the Iraq War and anti-war protests were not able to stop the Iraq War. And the same thing during the Black Spring, as Robin DJ Kelly. So we need to think then beyond the element of mobilization, as I said, to what Kwame Ture referred to as organization. And I quoted the Zapatistas. They weren't large in numbers, right? But they created an alternative world starting with December 21st, 1994, right? The same thing with the Panthers. Insofar as the breakfast programs, insofar as protecting their neighborhoods, insofar as alternatives to education. Right, so that was the idea there, but all these were misrepresented and taken out of context, cherry-picked. Stefanik has gone after me on Twitter, but also in tandem, Zionists here at Columbia University, Islamophobes as Robert Spencer, Daniel Pipes. I became the tokenized embodied target. And again, I went through some of the reasons as to why that is. I'm easy insofar as, while I'm a visiting assistant professor, there were active attempts by faculty as well as students to keep me or to extend my stay as part of, another position perhaps here, because I work at the intersection of so many different discourses and struggles. But it also was the legitimate threat that I'm also an organizer, that, I'm very bonded with my students. And it's not out of a sense of indoctrinated, that's not my responsibility to do that as a knowledge keeper, as a knowledge producer. I walk with my students to unsettle with them, to learn from them, and to open the purview of the world. Insofar as what I've learned, are you taking into consideration the fact that we're on stolen land? What does this mean insofar as we're talking about gender and sexuality, when we're talking about pinkwashing? How can you criticize pinkwashing, or how Israel uses queerness and feminism as a means of conquest? And pinkwashing cannot function without homonationalism. That's the reality. And the US's use of queerness and feminism as an imperialist modes of conquest. But what facilitates even homonationalism is, again, settler colonialism. So we return to the very heart and the crux of the matter. So that's my responsibility. It's not to get them ideologically inclined to my own politics, but to say, hey, listen, let us talk about history. Let's talk about the material realities. Let us talk about the modus operandi.
What do we think he means by homonationalism? I'm not sure, to be honest. We know what homonormativity means. Homonormativity means the gays assimilating to straight ideals like the nuclear family. But is homonationalism the same as that, or is it different than that? Like capitalist gay people? I mean, yeah, that very well could be. But it doesn't mean a nation of homosexuals. That's not what it means. I don't think that's what this is. Spreading gay rights around the world and waking up hate in those countries where it exists, but I don't think that's what that is. Does anyone have any ideas? He's not talking about Dave Rubin, guys. this doesn't make any difference at all. This is not where they're getting their definitions. Which wiki? Homo-nationalism is often seen as the favorable association between a nationalist ideology and LGBT people or their rights, but farther described as the systemic oppression of queer and radicalized and sexual groups in an attempt to support Oh, so it is homonormativity. It is. This definition is this like Wikipedia? This definition that Maldi is giving us is basically the definition of homonormativity. So it's the same thing. Homo-nationalism is often seen as the favorable association between a nationalist ideology and LGBT people and their rights, but is further described as the systemic oppression of queer, racialized, and sexualized groups in an attempt to support neoliberal structures. Neoliberal structure means capitalism. Thank you, Maldi. Good find. I think Sin found it too. So a homo capitalist colonist. All right, let's go back and listen to that again.
What does this mean insofar as we're talking about gender and sexuality, when we're talking about pinkwashing? How can you criticize pinkwashing, or how Israel uses queerness and feminism as a means of conquest? And pinkwashing cannot function without homo-nationalism. That's the reality. And the US's use of queerness and feminism as an imperialist modes of conquest. But what facilitates even homo-nationalism is, again, settler colonialism. So we return to the very heart and the crux of the matter. So that's my responsibility. It's not to get them ideologically inclined to my own politics, but to say, hey, listen, let us talk about history. Let's talk about the material realities. Let us talk about the modus operandi of how, in a certain sense, the dominant order, because look, and I keep on saying this because it's something that's important and beyond the left. And I think we all recognize it, because this is also the limitation of academia. What we're at the heart, and what makes, I guess, certain people more, or certain movements more dangerous, is how connected they are to movements and to our own people on the street, and not just within sort of academic forums. And not to say that students are not part of the general public. Of course they are. We're networks of relations. We're not individuals that way. We're not singular issue causes. But the fact of
we're networks of relations. We're not individuals in that way. They're networks of relations.
The reality is, when it comes to the public, to the communities at large, writ large, we can live in a world together with our faith or our lack of faith. We should be able to have dialogues to sort out our conflicts, our differences, our disagreements, right, Jen and Nick? And we must be able to do that to build a world for our children, because the reality is nobody lives forever. We all die. And again, they are the promise of tomorrow. Okay. And we should be able to do that with the exchange of ideas. Okay, let's sit down and debate capitalism, or whatever it is, Marxism, and so on and so forth. Let's disentangle, let's talk, right? But the problem and the reality is, unfortunately, that's not happening. Why? Because people in power are architects of animosity, right? Again, they benefit from strife, from pitting communities against one another. The white farmer, the white working class against people of color, and so on and so forth, right? And they weaponize, and they manage to weaponize our current moment to magnify precisely the rifts that exist between us, right? And Netanyahu does this. Congress does this. The president of Colombia does this. The White House that's issuing statements condemning these protesters at Colombia or otherwise is, look at them, they're anti-Semitic, they're engaged in anarchy, and look at the words that they use, that they throw out, right? They're jeopardizing and compromising and putting and to harm the safety of Jews, as if there aren't anti-Zionist Jews, with unclear definitions of anti-Semitism and
Human Centipede says, I think he's referencing this book. Hang on, let me just get it up. The book is called Terrorist Assemblages, Homo-Nationalism in Queer Times, and it was written in 2007. Good find.
That can't even define what anti-Semitism and refuse to define what anti-Semitism is. And that's the issue. Mainstream media, the manufacturing of consent, the cognitive dissonance in societies in which education has been impoverished in so many different levels and degrees. To counteract that means that we need to get into the streets. We need to be a part of neighborhood assemblies, our peoples, right? We need to talk to our people. We need to get to know one another, our students, our student movements, absolutely, demanding not just equity, again, liberation for Black, Indigenous people of color who have been stripped. I mean, we have gone to a degree of indignity that we bleach our skin white. That is the degree of internalized colonialism. We subscribe again to assimilation, to a politics of recognition, as Leanne Simpson, as Glenn Coulthard. It was an elder of mine. I've long discussed Charles Taylor, Frantz Fanon. They've all spoken. We come from that legacy, right? Because this is happening now and across the globe. So how do we have these conversations? How do we have a conversation insofar as what is going on with our Black siblings, Indigenous sovereignty, what links Kashmir and settler colonialism in Kashmir, how Hindu-Tava is using Islamophobia, how the Rohingya...
Guys, I need to go to the little socialist room. I will be right back. Take good notes for me while I'm gone, please. Thank you.
Are being targeted vis-a-vis a militarized, militant, conservative sort of interpretation of Buddhism, right? In Myanmar, and so on and so forth, right? The weaponization of Islamophobia globally that way. I think this is what becomes important, because to me, again, and for me, I had a chilling effect, but this goes beyond obviously me or even academics. This goes to workplaces, because people that work in hospitals, people that work in factories, people that work in schools, teachers, high schools, elementary schools, if you don't toe the line, if you speak condemning Zionism, you will be publicly humiliated. You will be punished. I'm getting death threats daily now. We know who you are. We know where you are. I'm having fingers pointed at me when I'm just walking around. There's that Zionist Hamas supporter. I actually had 2 Zionists walk behind me in the encampment the other day. Follow me in. Professor Abdou, you're the terrorist sympathizer, aren't you? And then one has the gall to say to me, accompanied by, and I didn't even see who the other person is, you can imagine, because if I turned around, I mean, that's the idea. I'm being videotaped, recorded secretly, and so on. And all of it is being plastered on social media. But one said to me out loud, "Oh, what do you think about the fact that my friend is a former IOF soldier and killed Palestinians? How does that make you feel?" This desire to solicitate, of course, rage, anger from a brown man, a Muslim man, because of the consequences of capturing that on video. So there's lots to this insofar as the character assassination. We see it with our Black siblings. We see it, what happened to Michael Brown, to George Floyd, to Breonna Taylor, to Sandra Bland. And it's this ongoing, it's not like we're done with the anti-Black sort of infrastructure that informs, again, also the settler colonial society, right? So this is what we're contending with, non-academic governmental actors. But it goes beyond McCarthyism. In my humble opinion, it's very much, again, anchored to what we started off and speaking to insofar as Islamophobia. And to emphasize why, because that is ingrained within domestic policy, that is ingrained within foreign policy. We're talking about a society that establishes secret Black sites exclusively for Muslims, not for Jews, FBI surveillance of mosques, not synagogues. We're talking about state legislators that function upon the targeting of Sharia laws, if it's a monolithic sort of set of laws, despite the fact that it's sort of the corpus of all Islamic adjudications, jurisprudence that have occurred over 1,444 years, that there is no monolithic Sharia law, right? But people are out to legislatively, politicians and otherwise, because of the scare that Islam causes, to explicitly ban it, right? Not Talmudic law. This is what I mean, the immigration bans on Muslims. The U.S. government funding of counter extremism programs, right? And this is not just within the U.S. We see the confluence of Arab Gulf monarchies. I mean, Arabic media has been reporting on this, right? And I'm already red flagged in Egypt. And I don't know the consequences should I have to go back at this point. I mean, my livelihood, my career, what I was supposed to or meant to do, I believe, in terms of my expertise, I can no longer practice that. I can no longer be with my students. I can no longer learn from them, at least in the interim period. And this is what makes this so challenging. Insofar as my case, and even the lies that were cast, as they were cast upon Stephen Shalaita, who is sort of possibly the first case of a Palestinian who was targeted in the University of Illinois, and sort of that break so many barriers and so many walls. And I'm so grateful for his support and solidarity amongst many, particularly students, you all, and others. But yeah, and Joseph Mashad, a colleague, an elder in so many different ways, the lies that were cast upon him, that he was called into meetings, that he was warned, that he was censured, none of that had happened. A fellow colleague, Qayyum, who was actually, I believe, in the School of Public Policy. I mean, I don't want to misspeak. I can look it up and forgive me, and may your audience forgive me. But he was actually, his contract was not renewed, and he was banned from continuing to teach. Why? Because he taught about settler colonialism, literally because of that term. It's a scientific, discursive, materialist, historical sort of concept. There are area studies, there are comparative settler colonial studies, there's literature. Like this is a point of conversation now that we're having on settler colonialism as a legitimate term, because it's being used in the context of Turtle Island, and it's being used in the context of Zionism. So the scare, as the Red Scare, and so on and so forth, becomes, yeah, this is why I'm saying it's an extension of even the Red Scare in a way that is really targeting racialized, but particularly people of Muslim descent, of Arab descent. I believe Rashid Khalidi was also mentioned in the hearings. And forgive me, Ustaz Al-Hamid Dabashi, who is also part of the Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African studies, without an appreciation that these are scholars. They didn't even come to us to sit down, be it Manouche or otherwise, to sit down and talk about, okay, well, how do we present this case before Congress? Because she even subverted all means and all recourses and all bureaucratic, ethical sort of systems that exist in play, even within the neoliberal academy, to evaluate scholars, their merits, and whether they should be sanctioned or not. It's like an executive decision. But that's the thing, it's even a lie. It's not even a decision that was just spewed in front of Congress. So, that's a little bit a part of...
I just got a suggestion from Facebook to friend Rick Grinnell. And I have 4 mutual friends with Rick Grinnell: Scott Pressler, Matt Tiermond. No, I don't think I will friend Rick Grinnell. I don't think I will. F that guy.
Of me, of what I'm contending with. And as well as my fellow colleagues, but in so many ways, they're tenure tracked. That offers a degree of protection, to them. And yeah, it's just, it's been, I never sought this, and I wouldn't wish it upon anybody. I really do. I never covered the limelight. Nick, we've gotten to know one another this past while. We've had these conversations, and it's a great honor to again, to be with you and John on the show. This is not what I'm about, nor am I interested in. And it's affected my personal life in so many different ways that I don't need to. Maybe I could, but I'm not interested in my.
Yes. Of all the people that I've met in the past 4 years, Scott Pressler is exactly who he says he is. Scott Pressler is the real deal. He is the real thing. He actually does the work. I have nothing bad to say about Scott Pressler at all.
My family's life, that have become very worried about me. And yeah, I mean, there's so much that one can say in that regard. There's no appetite, the desire to not sleep. But then one thinks of our people in Gaza, 1.5 million in Rafah. because the chickens are coming home to roost. I mean, that is a reality. One thinks of Wadi al-Fayoum, the Plainfield, 6-year-old Plainfield, Illinois kid that was stabbed 21 times by a landlord, a white landlord that used to play with him. And this is part of the pain that we have to shoulder, that we have to educate ourselves as people of color with regards to each other's struggles, this war that we've gone into. We have to supposedly educate the white man and the white left. And the degrees of responsibility are immense at this point. But may our ancestors, may the land, may Allah, Yahweh, whatever we wish to call a creator, guide us in and shed their light upon our path that way. So yeah.
Dr. Abdou, just with the last few minutes that we have here for the podcast, I was wondering if you could just speak to where you think the encampment movement is going or should be going. And especially as we're seeing the role of faculty change so quickly in real time. And we're really just seeing the dynamics of the university change and really just crumble in real time. I know we as an organization, we've actually kind of had some debate about how we participate in the encampment movement. And we're actually going to be talking about that later today because, the Red Nation kind of has its roots in campus organizing. And like you said earlier, we, have recognized the limitations of it, seeing it as a space of resistance, not necessarily of liberation. So, where do you see the encampment movement going, and how do you think it can be, most productive in, waging our struggle for liberation?
Thank you, Jen. I do believe there are certain things that we need to do immediately in the Red Nation, faculty, otherwise, because our youth are more organized, I think, than even faculties are. That's the reality of the situation. But what we need to do is, number one, we need to have their backs. We need to be on that front line with them. We need to fight as much as we possibly can against their suspension, against their over-policing, against the fact that they would be attacked by NYPD officers and the training regimes that exist with the Zionist regime, their criminalization, their expulsion even from their places of residence, or even the threat. So we need to contend with that immediately as faculty, or those of us that do exist within the interim period that we exist. I do believe that as any revolution, any revolutionary movement involves, it ought to involve at least three things. Number one, it needs to involve the creation of alternatives. So having teach-ins, if this is a people's universities, being able to engage in outreach, like we were talking earlier, the encampment here has a projector, as a screen. It's simple stuff like that. And engaging in teach-ins, whether it's with foundations insofar as communities, as the Red Nation, that could be done online insofar as connecting the encampments for these kids to see one another, to strategize, to think through liberation together, and to take the lead as we walk with them that path. That becomes something that's very important. Because what we're providing is sort of a decolonization of a mind, not in a rhetorical sense either, because decolonization is not a metaphor, as Eve Tuck and Wayne Yang had long extolled us to really think about. It bears historical material consequences, spiritual consequences, and otherwise. The other thing is the establishment of alternatives. I think these students, as the upcoming generation, need to learn how to live on the land. I think that becomes very important, and how to cultivate community. And the essence of that in relating it to what indigenous people and indigenous nations that have long extolled settlers, which we...
So he's saying that the students of today need to learn to live on the land. Like, conservatives are making fun of this, but in some of these encampments, they're setting up gardens. When they did the Chaz in 2020, they set up a massive garden that only Black people were allowed to go in and stuff like that. But people are making fun of the fact that they're doing these gardens because they look ridiculous. They admittedly do look ridiculous. But what it indicates is that the students are taking this seriously in terms of they're trying. This is how people learn how to do stuff. You try and you fail, and you try and you fail, and you try and you fail, and then you succeed. That's what learning is. And so, do they look stupid? Yeah, they do. The gardens they're trying to grow are not working, but they're trying, and that means they're learning, and that means at some point they're probably going to figure it out. Higher ed is never going to change, and it's never going to go anywhere. It's got way too much money. It's got way too much power. They have way too, like in most cities, the colleges own most of the real estate. Higher ed is not going anywhere. There is no hope that higher ed is ever going to be defunded. Anyone who tells you otherwise has never spent a minute in higher ed.
All are, if we're not, indigenous, or if we're not part of the transatlantic, Middle Passage, enslavement, because there was no choice there for Black people to learn from indigenous people, to reconnect with land, to discuss what indigenous sovereignty and Black self-determination means here and now, and what are our responsibilities, whether it's as students, as faculty, as whoever, as intellectuals, insofar as contending with and against and fighting against settler sovereignty. That, I think, that becomes important. The third thing, which may seem controversial, but I'm going to come about and say it, is at some point or another, any revolutionary movement needs to have the ability to defend itself. And that is an ethical right.
Hello.
Right? Thou shalt not kill is a beautiful moral commandment, but we don't live in a utopian world. Then I'm not going to sit down and necessarily get into the crux of, do we restrain a person that is violent towards us? Do we whatever? That is an ethical decision, and it bears its consequences, because, the question of violence, is already very real for people of color. I mean, it was even the racist, misogynist, anti-Black Gandhi that said, if there's violence in our hearts, then it's better to be violent than to don the cloak of nonviolence to cover for impotence. The reality is the racism, the sexism, the xenophobia, the Islamophobia, the anti-indigenous, the anti-Black, everything that we live every single day and that we replicate in our day-to-day relationships and with one another. Right? Are those not forms of violence? All we learn from oppression is learning how to repeat it. So we need to think about healing. Violence, too, it's not a strategy, and it never will be. But this is why constructing alternatives. Otherwise, what is there to defend? And it will be a small community. Again, the Panthers weren't large in numbers. The Zapatistas aren't. It only takes a few. And not to play in the vanguardist sort of politics, because the most humble, the most amazing revolutionaries are those that are humble, that walk with their people. Malcolm never vied for the hallways and corridors of power, and neither did Martin, and so on and so forth. And there are many examples historically with regards to that, of people that have stood anti-colonial, warriors. We're talking about Walter Rodney. We're talking about Patrice Lumumba. We're talking about, Kwame, with Sankara, and so on and so forth, that stood with their people, that were loyal to, that were accountable to their people. And I think that becomes very important. The most important characteristic, particularly for us to remember in relationship to this future generation, our hearts and our souls, is to be humble, to be modest, to walk with them, to be open to unsettling our own ideas, our own ideological encampments, and we all have them to one degree or another. And I think that becomes the most beautiful dimension of learning, and how we can actually support them and support our siblings in Palestine, our people in Palestine, and our people here. A fist that is like this is different than one that is like this. And yeah, I'm grateful for forums and rooted communities as you all, because I think there's a role to play even within academia and even with its limitations as we begin to divest, but also reinvest in alternatives beyond, and create those third universities, or the people's universities, or land-based universities. And again, there are many examples that we can draw on. Our peoples are rich with histories that we need to be proud of. We don't need to follow the white man's way of thinking as a mead and operandas to liberation. We really don't. We're capable of enough, and our traditions carry a great deal of wealth and richness that way. We just need to go back and rethink. And we're not going back to 1492. There is no going back. The land has changed. But let us extract our traditions, our cultures in non-dogmatic ways, the ethical, political, spiritual foundations to that and project them into the present while being open-minded and having learned from experiments that we have gone through historically.
Thank you so much, Mohamed, for joining us. This has been a wonderful conversation. And, you before this last question, you spoke a little bit about, the repression you're facing. And I just want to take the opportunity to, open up any sort of, things you want to uplift in terms of if you have a legal defense that people can donate to, or if there's something that you feel like you should really kind of highlight in this particular moment in time, and also where can people find you and support your work?
Thank you, Nick. I'm heartened. There is a petition that is circulating online that fellow colleagues, incredible colleagues that I owe and am indebted to, started. I can share that with you later if I haven't already. There's also a GoFundMe campaign that's going to ostensibly start to help out. And there is, ostensibly the engagement with the work, right? We don't take anything with us except what we've done in the name of our names. And I really try to work on scholarship. Nothing is perfect, upon which I built. That I build on insofar as what I've learned from all of our peoples. I may have offered something that is worthwhile, something that has shortcomings, but that's the nature of what it is that we do, which is the most honorable thing that I can think of doing, to be quite honest, is a vocation. So to engage the work, be it in the book, in Islam and Anarchism, or just and to keep me in your thoughts and your prayers, to lay down some tobacco for me. I think to me that means the world. But like I said, I'm a grain, what I know, and I am a grain of salt in the oceans of the sea. I amount to nothing, and alone I'm as fickle and as frail as sort of that foam when it crashes into the rock. Together we are something else. Together we are a wave. And what I'm most keen on is we need to keep our eyes on Gaza. We need to keep our eyes on Palestine. We need to keep our eyes, though, on our children here because of all the context that we've been speaking of. If the collective, if our people find the way to liberty, what I'm struggling with will not be an issue anymore. Nobody has to worry about me. People can worry about individuals because we're caught and entangled within systems. But like I said, we need to relearn how to dream dangerously again, because if the white man stole anything from us, then it is precisely that, our ability to dream pluriverse worlds of the below, as the Zapatistas refer to it. So thank you.
Dreaming dangerously. That should be the title of the episode. Thank you.
All right. Well, guys, that does end our first episode, but stick around. We got one more. We're doing Marathon Socialism Saturday because Mohamed didn't just interview with the Red Nation podcast. Mohamed also 2 days later stopped by our favorite socialist book publisher, Haymarket Books, and did a chat with them. And so I want to move into watching that because we might as well get it all out of the way. If you have beer or alcohol, now is an excellent time to pour yourself another glass. And we're gonna go for a little while longer, guys. And that's just, we're doing a double feature tonight. So, guys, if you have not yet, please make sure you mount the like button for me. Mounting the like button lets YouTube know to actually recommend my content to other people. Please make sure you are subscribed if you are not already. And also, please make sure you head over to my Substack, which is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You can support the work I'm doing over there by signing up for a membership for $8 a month, $80 a year. You do get a variety of perks when you do that. I will be sending out a newsletter tomorrow with access to those perks. I send out the Unwoke Roundup every Sunday, where you can get access to the 2 Zoom calls that we do every single week on Monday and Friday, where you can get access to the supporter Discord, because we will be tomorrow at 8 p.m. watching Mad Max Fury Road in the supporter Discord. It is one of the greatest movies of all time, so far as I'm concerned, and I'm really looking forward to it. You will find your link to the supporter Discord there. You will also be able to, Human Centipede has been doing an amazing job of archiving queer anarchist writings that we're going to be talking about on the channel and on the Substack in the Discord. We also have the Zine project going on in the Discord, so if you want to participate in that, you're more than welcome to. All that will give you access when you sign up on the Substack, Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, for $8 a month, $80 a year. And of course, you'll be supporting the work I'm doing, which I really do appreciate. All right, let's dig into our part 2.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Thank you to
The echo is on their end. It is not on my end. Haymarket Books sucks at technology.
Haymarket Books for this space to talk about McCarthyism in academia and the Palestinian solidarity movements. It's important.
Listen, I've let a lot of this nonsense go, but you don't tell me what to say and do. Let's just be very clear about that. This is not the platform to do that. If you don't like what I say, then don't come around.
That we always keep an eye on what's happening in Palestine, and right now, as we're speaking, Israel has started its ground invasion in Rafah after Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire. So we're here today to talk about the resistance of the Palestinian people against their own extermination and the ways that we can have honest conversations about this that can be nuanced and with the spirit of liberation and liberation for all. And this time for genocides not happening to anybody ever again, which is the spirit of so much of we're seeing all around the world with Palestine solidarity. My name is Linda Kikivish, and I'm a popular educator and geographer. And it is my honor to call you Mohamed Abdou a friend. Mohamed, just so that I might introduce you to some folks who might not know about you and your work. Mohamed is a professor who has PhD from Queen's University in Cultural Studies and an MA in Sociology, and has taught at Cornell University, not just Cornell, but Zionist land grab Cornell, as Mohamed never lets us forget, and has also taught at the
Zionist land grab Cornell, because Cornell was a land grant university, like we talked about earlier.
American University of Cairo, and is currently a professor, a visiting professor at Columbia University. And we're here because so much of his support for Palestine has gotten him into the limelight in ways that are very dangerous. And we need to know about this, and so that we can organize for each other's defense. This is happening to faculty all over the United States, and not just the United States. We also see in Canada and Europe. And we also see this in workplaces that are not academia. There's a lot of intimidation. A lot of people support the Palestinian struggle of Palestinian people and feel like they are afraid to say anything because they're afraid to lose their jobs. And in Mohamed's case, Mohamed is a visiting professor who does not have that security of tenure. Tenure in American academia is supposed to be a status that one reaches where it's very difficult for you to lose your job, and it's a way to protect supposedly free speech, academic freedom. And Mohamed does not have tenure, and many professors who do not have tenure usually are protected or protect themselves because they're the most vulnerable. And for you, Mohamed, it did not matter when you see the Palestinian people resisting for their own lives. You speak out against it, you organize like so many people all over the world do. This is a struggle that you're very close to as someone from Egypt with family who's lived in Gaza, who's also Muslim, which is a shared world that Palestinians have with so many people all over the world. And it's something that your work talks a lot about in a very liberatory kind of way, which is why I find your work to be so important. I don't know Mohamed as an academic. I'm not an academic, but we're both organizers, and we actually first encountered each other over a decade ago after the uprisings in Tahrir, which Mohammed was a part of. And like many of the Tahrir revolutionaries, after the co-optation of that movement, after the destruction of that movement, sought to look elsewhere for other struggles, to learn what others are doing all over the world. And one of those struggles that Mohammed became interested in was the Zapatistas, which is a struggle that I've been accompanying together with the Palestinian struggle for the last 2 decades. And so we met that way. We talk a lot about this question of a world where many worlds fit, which for me, his work is so important, because when we think about worlds, we need to also recognize that religions are worlds. So how can we talk about this question of religion in the Palestinian struggle, especially because religions get co-opted so frequently to be at the service of empire that it makes it so that liberation movements have a really difficult time figuring out how to articulate.
Wait, check this out. Thank you, Stevie. An educator in Oxnard, California, Linda is a critical geographer focusing on environmental justice, knowledge production, and Black and Indigenous land struggles in the Americas and the Middle East. A critical geographer.
With religion, with spirituality even. So I want to welcome you, Mohammed, here and to allow you space for you to share your word. We're going to talk about the statements that you made on October 11th in support of the Palestinian resistance, which were very brave and very nuanced, very rich statements that this can be an opportunity for us to delineate, and at the same time allow us to better understand what we're living right now, with so much of the new popular movements turning toward this politics of care and difference, where there's so many different kinds of people all over the world coming together for the struggle for Palestine, which isn't just about Palestine, it turns out. It ends up being about the world. So, Mohammed, thank you for being here.
It's not just about Palestine, it's about the world. I had no idea.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Shalom al-Khair
Oh,
for
the
Jewish
sound is bad.
siblings. I'm deeply honored and humbled to be with you and to do this event, Kiki. You're not only a friend, but a sister, and I'm very grateful to Sean. I'm very grateful to Haymarket for hosting this event. As you know, Kiki, and this is you've heard me say this many times. I usually like to start my any public discussion really with Musa's prayer in the Quran, right? When he was about to meet Pharaoh in the company of his brother Aaron. Allahumma shrah li sadri ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. اللهم اشرح لي صدري, O Creator, may you open thy breast. ويسر لي أمري, and make my affairs easy. واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي, and undo the knot on my tongue such that what it is that I ostensibly have to share becomes accessible to our fellow kin, siblings that are listening. It would behoove me as well, because this becomes part of the conversation, not to acknowledge where I'm speaking from, which is Lin and Lenape territory. And land back acknowledgements are not just simply acknowledgements, as we know, as my indigenous elders, as our indigenous movements have taught us, but are about intent, purpose, and action. So I'm going to say this again, intent, purpose, and action. And they bear relevance given the context of my work. Of 1492, the very framing of my work, as you know, Kiki, and your work, and a minority other scholars and organizers, his views with regards to the ongoing genocide in Palestine, the ongoing genocide on Turtle Island, because the genocide here is very much ongoing. Sun Tzu had written that if you fail to recognize the scope and the nature of the enemy, you will succumb in every battle. And we need to understand that America is leading this war, and Israel is but a mere instrument. need to understand that the context of
Because he did this interview 2 days after the last interview, there is a very strong possibility that we're going to hear him saying similar things. I want everyone to be prepared for that, but that's actually okay, because sometimes when people say the same thing over and over again, they vary their language so that you can actually, like, it gets exhausting to say the same thing over and over again, and so it makes it more likely that they're going to say more of the quiet part out loud.
resistance is different than an anti-colonial resistance is different than talking about liberation and decolonization.
How?
Need to understand the difference between surviving and thriving. And I'm tired of people of color
Surviving and
settling for the
thriving.
scraps that the white man leaves on the dinner table. So being a little bit rhetorical, let's put let's put the dots on the letters. Why is 1492 significant? Why do I argue, ostensibly we argue, that there is no liberation for Palestine without the liberation of Turtle Island? And that is a fact. Well, because settler colonialism is a structure, as Patrick Wolf had noted, and not an event. Now, Islam and 1492, but particularly religion and spirituality become our elephants in the room. Why? In 1492, as you and I have discussed in many occasions, Kiki, and inshallah will continue to do so even more, to share the knowledge that has been bequeathed Islam to us, becomes very important in its historical, material, spiritual, and symbolic significance. There are two things that happened in 1492. Muslims and Jews were cast as savages and heathens. Savage being the racial definition, heathens being the religious, by Ferdinand Isabel in Andalusia as part of the ongoing crusade.
His job isn't gone. He hasn't been fired. He flat out says multiple times, I haven't been fired. Also, he's getting a cushy GoFundMe from all of this. Also, he is going to be able to do whatever he wants to do because he is a martyr to the cause, and they are going to lift him up and provide for him, and it's going to be fine. He knows all of this.
We were murdered, we were tortured, persecuted,
I mean,
forcibly converted.
Guys, he's literally doing these interviews in his office at Columbia. Don't let the empty bookshelves fool you. Sometimes people have empty bookshelves. It's the way it goes. But, like, he obviously and clearly hasn't been fired.
Hand of the swords. But something else happened, which is the Colombian invasion of the Americas. And that savage heathen definition was cast upon indigenous people, Turtle Island. And, Columbus had referred to the weapons that people had used as alfanges, which is the Spanish word that is used to describe the swords that Muslims were using, which were scimitars. But not only that, one can find a similitude in how Hernan Cortez had described, Aztec women as Moorish women. The 400 Aztec temples, he described them as Moorish mosques. He described Montezuma, the Aztec leader, as a sultan. Furthermore, the term Birdakhta was used to describe, has been anthropologically used to describe two-spirit people, was actually cast upon Muslims first, particularly gender non-conforming Muslims. So this becomes the crux of the issue. The new world is built in the image of the old. How can we not talk about religion and spirituality when we're talking about manifest destiny, doctrines of discovery, terra nullius, Protestant conceptualizations of property, Victorian notions of gender and sexuality and common law?
I don't like this guy. This guy's obviously a far leftist. He's obviously a problem, but what I just keep thinking about as we're kind of making our way through the long form interviews is, again, I know this will be shocking to everyone who watches my content. I am so pissed off at conservatives for lying to people about who this guy is and what he believes. It's just like, why? This guy legitimately believes crazy things. This guy legitimately is a problem. So why can't you just be honest with people about who he is and what he believes. Oh, because then that would destroy the anti-Semitism narrative that they're all being paid to sell. It's infuriating, guys. It is infuriating. The only ones who believe he was fired are the same ones who believe we're winning and DEI is going away. Yeah, that's exactly right. Anyway.
And so on and so forth. So there's a religious dimension to this war. And of course, white modernity, white colonial modernity, has spawned within us as BIPOC people reactionary impulses. In the sense that in my work on Islam and anarchism, I discuss how there are two branches now that Muslims are contending with, which is liberal progressive interpretations of Islam, where here were queer narratives, and so on and so forth, that assimilate the good Muslim into the settler state, the crusading settler state here, in which Muslims hyphenate their identities as many Muslim Americans, African Americans, Black Americans, queer Americans, Asian Americans, and so on and so forth. But the only American that doesn't need to hyphenate their identity is the white American, because they're assumed to be the native of the land. But also, the alternative choice is conservative, reactionary Muslim responses, both in the manifestation of states and at the same time at the level of movements. Social movements, right? Anti-colonial resistance movements even, right? Including Hamas, Hezbollah, and so on and so forth. That embody elements of queerphobia, that embody elements of sexism, of hierarchies, and so on and so forth, right? And not to establish a degree of symmetry between this anti-colonial resistance and a state, a nuclear state, as Israel, with no definable borders, nonetheless, it possesses access to tanks, to sophisticated weaponry, to F-35s, F-16s, F-15s, and so on, to aircraft carriers, and so on and so forth. But nonetheless, and by the way, these diseases of queerphobia, of sexism also exist on the left. They exist certainly on the right. Right, so they're not exceptional to these resistance movements either. So let's be honest. I mean, fascism is a mass psychology that way. It's very much ingrained in the structures that we contend with: post-colonial, settler, colonial, and so on and so forth. But all this to go back then to the question of genocide, right? And I'd like to say, if you don't mind, Kiki, a few things, because I think the audience really, or our fellow siblings, need to understand there is an ongoing genocide here. And while we're scrolling through genocide on phones made from another genocide, copper and cobalt mined in the Congo, right? Everybody's using Islamophobia globally, right? It's being used against the Uyghur, it's being used against the Rohingya in the context of Myanmar, it's being used against Kashmiris and Dalits in the context of Hindutva India, and so on and so forth. And it's not that Islam is a quintessential other, it has been constructed as a quintessential other. In the mind of the white man, a white man that appropriated Christianity underneath Constantine and weaponized it as an imperial mode of conquest. And no, this is not a war between Muslims and Jews as much as one that Muslims and Jews have been conscripted into. Vis-a-vis these white supremacist imprints upon Islam in the form of Wahhabism and Muslim Brotherhood thought, as well as Judaism in the manifestation of Zionism. And Israel does not stand for Judaism any more than Saudi Arabia stands for Islam, or Iran stands for Islam, etc., etc. And this becomes then the question: can we conduct, can we achieve, can we establish and utilize religion as a form of revolutionary force? Because Kwame Ture had noted that you can't be revolutionary without being religious. The way that it has been constructed in the popular sort of imaginary with modernity is that religion, yes, has been used as a tool of oppression, but it's also a tool of liberation.
James Lindsay is going to use that to advance his Gnosticism theory. Like, it is going to be important that we and I really hate that this is the case. I as much as I like making fun of James Lindsay and how stupid he's being, it is actually important that we pay attention to all of the ways in which he is wrongly informing people about what's going on. And this is one of those things where people, if you're paying attention to what he's saying, please make sure you keep me updated. Please make sure you let us know, because I'm not going to listen to him unless someone tells me there's something I need to listen to. And it's just one of those things where it's he needs to be fact checked every single fucking time he takes this stuff out of context and makes it seem like it's something it's not. And maybe it won't make a difference, but at least someone will have said it, and there will be a resource for people who are like, that doesn't sound exactly right, because it's not right. It's a bastardization of what was said.
But to bring genocide, the context of genocide here, because I don't want to say this in passing, that, oh, well, there's a genocide ongoing here with regards to indigenous people. That always gets left out. 1492 always gets left out, and we start American history, in particular from 1619. From 100 million strong, indigenous people have become 2% of the total US population. And this required detailed vicious planning, legislation, forced relocation, residential schools, starvation, contaminated smallpox blankets. Bounties on indigenous people's heads in a society in which cavalry troops have been replaced by police shootings, incarceration, desecration of reserve lands, foster care, lack of infrastructure services, poverty as a tool of ethnic cleansing. And so the genocide continues. It continues in the form in which indigenous people are referred to unapologetically as merciless Indian savages in the US Declaration of Independence and within settler psyches. So this is, and this is to say nothing with regards to indigenous boarding school experiences, their lived impacts to this day, 150-year-old programs of separating children from their families. That was federal policy to eradicate indigenous people and to dispossess them of their lands, because in a certain sense, as Patrick Wolf, as indigenous scholars had said, land is the precise capital, and land is a subject. She's not an object, and she has spirit, so we can't anthropomorphize land at the same time. But the US had supported more than 408 boarding institutions in 37 states between 1819 and 1969, so not too long ago. 431 schools and counting, that accounted for over 500 child deaths. So there's the emotional, the physical, the sexual abuse that remains rampant too, in terms of malnutrition, overcrowding, lack of healthcare. Indigenous children were given English names. They had their hair cut. They were forbidden from speaking their own languages and from engaging in their cultural practices. Indigenous children were murdered. They died because of abusive experiences, and they were buried in unmarked graves. And the US paid for a large proportion of this forced assimilation very much. Insofar as treaties that were unhonored in order to cede indigenous lands. So in arrangements in which indigenous people were coerced into, indigenous people are only remembered when football teams are named.
Excuse me, eating on stream, guys. I'm gonna eat a snack. I'm sorry. I haven't really I haven't eaten that much today, and we're getting to be 9 o'clock. So excuse me.
Named after them, right? The Washington Redskins, the Chiefs, or their names are on tomahawk weapons of mass destruction, or Apache helicopters. So there is an ongoing genocide, missing indigenous children and women and girls.
Leftover indigenous food from the land of Mexico.
Indigenous women are twice as likely to be raped in comparison to white women.
Global South.
Murder is a third leading cause of death for indigenous women, often perpetuated by non-indigenous people. Of course, we can talk about how they represent 2% of police killings. Their incarceration rate is 38% higher than the national average. Right? They were removed from their homes by state social security services agencies at a far higher rate than any other children. And of course, we have settler colonialism's foundation also on afterlife to slavery projects. Slavery is constantly being rebirthed. Standard ground laws, police brutality, premeditated extrajudicial killings, routine stop and frisk programs, policies of broken windows, voter disenfranchisement, school to prison nexus, impoverishment, premature death, 1994 crime bills that Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders voted for, in which they refer to Black men, Black youth as super predators and thugs. So this becomes, I think, very important for the context of what it is that we're talking about. We must acknowledge either there's an American dream or it's an American nightmare, as Malcolm X called it. And we must ask, do we live in a democracy, or what is a democracy when it's laden with racialized district mapping, voter disenfranchisement and suppression, partisan gerrymandering, dark money ads, electoral college systems that peg the popular vote, that are often pegged against the popular vote, 2010
I was muted. Remember, socialists want to abolish the Electoral College because they believe the only true form of democracy is what? Why do socialists want to abolish the Electoral College? Pop quiz. Don't be fooled by the fact that I'm eating leftover rice and beans from the taco meal I had earlier. Why do socialists want to abolish the Electoral College? I'm eating leftover rice and beans from the cuisine I had from the global south. Why do socialists want to abolish the Electoral College? See, we're all eating food from the global south. Socialism is the only real form of democracy because it isn't democracy unless everyone gets an equal say. They want direct democracy, one person, one vote. Everyone gets a vote. They believe the Electoral College is not democratic, not representing all people. Well, they want what they would call an actual democracy, and that actual democracy means socialism. Well, yeah, but we don't debunk. That's not the point. They believe the Electoral College is unequal representation. They want a true democracy, meaning socialism. Socialism is the only true form of democracy because everyone needs representation equitably. Well done.
Citizens United verdicts that give special interest groups unlimited spending, bills like 501(c) that permit and designate social welfare programs, organizations to engage in electoral meddling in unregulated ways. Right? We're talking about 531 years of ongoing genocide here. So this is what we need to contend with. 69 cop cities that are being built, the equivalent of 2 atomic bombs that destroyed all of Gaza's schools, hospitals, universities, masajids, 247 mosques, 3 churches, 199 heritage sites. This is what we're discussing here. The interlinkage between these various different transnational struggles, these orders, these regimes, the world of the above, the world of the below, us of the below, and the architects of animosity, the manufacturing of consent in terms of the fourth estate media, Netanyahu, the White House, presidents as Minouche Shafik of Colombia, her acquiescence during the congressional hearings with right-wing forces, but not only that, the context of settler state institutions that are extension of a larger structure and order globally. We must ask.
The colleges are the structures of the settler state institutions that are representative of the larger structure globally. That means capitalism. Listen again.
Her acquiescence during the congressional hearings with right-wing forces, but not only that, the context of settler state institutions that are extension of a larger structure and order globally.
Settler state institutions, that means the land grant universities, are an extension of a larger structure and order. That means capitalism.
We must ask ourselves, what is then the role of building a pluriverse world, as you noted, a different world, when no Dakota pipeline protesters, land defenders are being referred to as jihadi terrorists? When we're talking about intersections between blackness and Islam, when a third and fifth of our transatlantic slaves were Muslims from the Iberian Peninsula, west coast of Africa. What then, beyond the false choices of a multipolar supposed world? It's not liberation. So I'll stop there for now.
So much richness in that, compa. One, in hearing you speak about settler colonialism in this context, especially in the greater context of Palestine liberation, it's something that's not often discussed. And I want to shout out the work of Stephen Salaita, because this was his dissertation, and he has a really great book called Holy Land in Transit that shows these religious discourses hijacked in order to colonize land here and, of course, in Palestine. And that is something, I mean, Stephen Salaita is someone who was whose academic career was destroyed by supporting the Palestinian liberation movement. And it reminds me so much of your case, because it comes to a scholar that actually like truly means it, truly seems to mean it. And in academia, you can say a lot of radical, sexy things, but when you mean it is when you become a problem. And this is what we saw Manouche Shafik, the president of Columbia,
Okay, I'm done.
treat as so many other of the faculty, Catherine Franke and Joseph Massad from Columbia University in the congressional hearings. And I want to take this time to talk a little bit about the statements that you made that they quoted, but that they completely misquoted and misconstrued. So that way we can discuss them more and tease them out, because there's a lot in them that is really important for how we relate to liberation and resistance and struggle in Palestine, of course, Palestine, but also for all of our movements, for all of our struggles worldwide. And I also want to, before beginning that, just want to highlight from what you just shared that there's long been struggles, whether they're in Jewish communities, Christian communities, Muslim communities, Buddhist, any communities, struggles just of the human condition to not be pulled toward a politics of fear and toward a politics of care. And that's what we see from the liberation theologians. That's what we see from, for example, the Christian Marxists, the Christian anarchists today, who are still struggling against this type of Christianity that's used for empire. A world of 1492 built a war, a holy war, unholy war, where not just Jews and Muslims have been conscripted into, but Christians have also been conscripted into. And that is that co-optation that we talk about by fascism, by imperialists, by empire, that use religion to justify what it is that they do. And there are still so many communities, even if they may be small, and we need to intensify their strength, that are fighting for their worlds to be worlds of care, not of empire. And we see this today with Jewish liberation theologians, the Jewish students in these encampments who refuse to give in to a Zionism that has hijacked Judaism and are still struggling to maintain that social justice aspect of Judaism, that heart, that real heart. That's the case with Christians, and that's the case with many Muslims, and that is how I see your work, from that line, from that liberatory political theology strain, that line, that tradition. And so with that in mind, let's get into some of the comments that you made, and I've just pulled out a couple of things, and this is the one that I've heard you talk about a bit, and I'd love for you to take this time and tease it out a little bit more. And this is, quote, "Yes, I'm with the Muqawama, the resistance, be it Hamas and Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad, but up to a point. Given ultimate differences over our ethical political commitments, that's the difference between a strategy and tactic too." So I'd love for you to say more about what are those ultimate differences in the ethical political commitments, and how does that connect with this notion of strategy and tactics?
Thank you very much.
Hang on, we got a super chat from Tayton. Thank you, Tayton. Tayton says, "Thank you for your time in this kind of work. I took a nice break today and watched some videos of countries and their culture today on YouTube. It was such a nice way to get away from this insanity." I'm glad you got to have that little break, Tayton, and I'm glad you're back here with us. Guys, if you do appreciate the work I'm doing and you appreciate the fact that we've already been streaming 3 hours worth of socialism on a Saturday night and have at least another hour left to go, possibly close to an hour and a half or two, you can send in a $5 super chat, $10 super chat, just saying, "Hey, thanks, Carlin, for showing us this stuff no one else is showing us on the internet." I really do appreciate it. I'm completely funded by you guys, so every little bit matters. And, if not, we'll just keep going. Thank you.
For your question, Kiki. Insofar as the difference of our commitments, and I always say this, that just because you call yourself a Muslim or Black or Jewish or whatever, right, doesn't make you a part of my ummah or community, because the ultimate conceptualization of sovereignty within Islam lies within an ummah. This notion of a pluriverse world in which Muslims, Jews, Sabians, everybody really are intertwined together vis-a-vis ethical,
Sabians.
political, spiritual commitments that they subscribe to. You could be Muslim and Zionist, right? Now, the fact of the matter is that one of those commitments is a commitment towards, appreciating queerness, appreciating gender. Right? And I wrote my dissertation, my PhD on Islam and queer Muslims.
What?
Right? The place of queer Muslims within this broader idea of the Ummah. And look, like I said before, fascism is a mass psychology. Conservative Muslims tend to shy away, or given the impact of colonialism, imperialism, and the reactionary politics that spawns, right? From issues of sexuality, from issues of gender, because of the inferiority complexes, as Fanon had described, that we internalize, because how gender and sexuality have been deployed as imperial modes of conquest, right? This is why we talk about homo nationalism, the weaponization of gender and sexuality that way, towards freeing Black and brown women elsewhere, and so on and so forth, queers elsewhere. Of course, we have Israel doing that as far as washing and so on and so forth, right? But we have a rich legacy that is often sanitized and sterilized by conservative Muslims with regards to speaking about same-sex desires, practices. We have the poetry Rumi, Nafzawi, the Sultan sex potions, and so on and so forth. Much in terms of literature that I could sit down and talk about in a whole sort of verse, or that is subject for another conversation and discussion, right? But again, these dimensions of differences over ethical...
Thank you, Tom. I'll use homonormativity instead of Dave Rubin going forward. Thanks, Carlin. I appreciate it.
Little commitments, these diseases of queerphobia, of transphobia, of sexism, of hierarchy, right, that play out, because I also am against sort of states and authoritarianism, right? And ultimately, the goal of Hamas is to establish a Palestinian state. This is why I don't believe really in a 1917 or a 1948 narrative, because it ultimately accepts the British contrived borders when Gaza was a part of Egypt. It does away with Muslim native more forms, or different, let's put it that way, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, and so on and so forth, different forms of governance beyond the white man's Westphalian Sykes-Picot orders that birthed nation states and capitalism. It's not like Hamas is anti-capitalist.
He didn't say Sabian, he said Fabian. Fabian.
Right? And here we need to distinguish that, Hamas has a vision of sort of the world that it seeks versus Hezbollah versus ostensibly the Islamic Jihad versus Iran. They all have different versions and their manifestations, so that they may intersect and diverge. But that's what I then mean in terms of, listen, I do believe in the right towards anti-colonial resistance. I mean, it was Walter Rodney that said, by what right do we accept that the violence that the slave uses to undo their shackles is the same as the violence that is used by the master to oppress the slave, right? So people of color, when they're reacting, when they're resisting, they're engaging in reactionary politics because they're trying to survive. This is why I said there's a difference between survival and thriving. They may not have had the privilege, certainly, of learning about decolonization, of working through the intellectual body of man.
Steve, you have been around my channel a long time, bro. You've been around my channel a long ass time. You should know better than this by now. And I'm a little annoyed that you don't. Because I know that you have been watching streams where I discuss explicitly that socialists do not believe in borders at all. I know you've been here when we've been talking about how this really has nothing to do with Israel, other than Israel is the settler colonists that are privatizing indigenous land. Be better than this, bro. Stop buying into the conservative narrative. Nope, that's not what he was saying. That was your incorrect interpretation of what he was saying because you're not listening. This isn't the first time you've done this, bro.
Manifesting a liberatory politics that way, right? So they tend to reproduce the same oppressions. All we learn from oppressions are learning how to repeat it, unless, again, we're afforded the opportunity to engage, at least in Islam, with regards to ijtihad, critical reasoning, and thinking through the different worlds that we're seeking to rebirth without reproducing the same manifested colonial orders that exist. But again, this is not something that is exceptional to these. And again, I don't like the word Islamist because that's an Orientalist term. Any idea is inherently politicized, right? Or political, right? But it also manifests in the way that diasporas, again, buy into, as I noted, the upward mobility, the fantasy of the American dream. When Islamophobia is institutionalized in U.S. domestic as well as foreign policy, the U.S. has secret black sites exclusively for Muslims, not for Jews. The FBI regularly surveils mosques, not synagogues. State legislators often target this ambiguous Sharia law, although there's no monolithic Sharia law, right? Sharia really signifies all the Islamic adjudications or fiqh or jurisprudence that has been collected over 1,400 years, and there's no unanimity over that. It's just a collection of adjudications, but nonetheless, it's Sharia law that's targeted and banned, not Talmudic law, right? When we talk about foreign policy, insofar as Muslim majority,
He's making good points
Muslims
there,
from Muslim majority countries being subject to bans, right, or immigration bans. The government funds counter-extremism programs that target explicitly Muslims. Muslims' homes tend to be raided by FBI, for acts of free speech that are couched in concerns for terrorism, hate crimes against Muslims that require a much higher bar for believability, right? That anti-Jewish crimes, and this is not to say that anti-Jewish crimes, are not worthy of obviously contending with. Right. So this becomes the problem, right? The way that anti-Muslim racism, the way that Islamophobia is weaponized to police, to surveil, to criminalize Islam, Muslims, and by extension, of course, Arabs and Palestinians. So this is what is meant by strategy and tactic, right? This is what is meant when we are talking about our children and demands for divestment, when my words are taken out of context, because I'm trying to also situate the fact that there is a hypocrisy that is playing out within diasporas. Insofar as we're arguing for land back Palestine, a free Palestine, well, what about our complicities here in terms of settler colonialism, as diasporas, as Arabs, as Muslims, as South Asians, as Africans, that choose on some level a degree of agency, right, in terms of migration? And that doesn't mean that we enjoy the same privileges as the white settler, but that doesn't mean that we're not complicit either, right? And what does it mean in the context of Columbia, an Ivy League school with assets within Lockheed Martin, HEICO, BlackRock, Google, Microsoft? What are we actually after then? A politics of assimilation, or to transcend, as these encampments embodied, a new imaginary horizon that engages both demands for justice, but also refusal of the dominant order that exists, that involves processes of rebirth, of, again, a pluriverse world of communing, of engaging in mutual aid, of mutual decision-making, of enacting sort of, again, solidarity as a verb, of autonomy, of thinking through collective liberation.
Solidarity is a verb.
Of prioritizing life, new worlds, as opposed to...
Collective liberation is really what we should be using when we're describing what Queers for Palestine is, because the only reason Queers for Palestine is a thing is because of the concept of collective liberation from capitalism.
To how they become pathologized, right? But this is... What we're confronting really is a pushback. As Martin Luther King told us, it's the white moderates that are ultimately more devoted to order than to justice, right? They prefer a negative kind of peace, which is absence of any kind of like tension, to a positive space, which prefers the presence of justice, right? Defense must never lead to public disorder. We're all about the structural violence in terms of the violence that's used to produce the law, to conserve the law, settler laws, let alone to enact the white man's laws, right? And yet we see discourses as, counter-protesters, right? Where they're actually ex-duty, ex-police officers, pro-genocide zealots and Zionists, state-sanctioned and condoned right-wing terrorists, right? So, this is the reactionary inception that pits people's communities across the board, whether it's within the muqawma, which literally stands for resistance, not liberation, right? As well as other factions on the ground.
Yeah, when we're thinking about this question of strategy and tactics, it's widespread in movements all around. And the Palestinian movement isn't unique in this, in that armed resistance is one tactic, the use of legal avenues is another tactic, a discursive strategy in media is another tactic. So we talk a lot about tactics, and with questions of, for example, international law, that has been something that has been very straining in the Palestinian resistance movement since its inception, because international law is what created the problem in the first place, the United Nations partitioning Palestine. And so then the question has been how to use international law then, but to not be used by it, right? And so then we've been talking about, over the last decade or more and more conversations about law as tactic, and if we think about armed resistance as tactic, and if we think about a media discursive strategy as tactic, we need to have a strategy that guides it. That's the difference between the two. Strategy is that longer term plan, and the tactic is just the tool, the method that you use to advance that plan and disengage if it's weakening that plan, if it's weakening that strategy, right? And the thing is that we usually don't see strategies outside of empire, outside of trying to be part of that world of the above when we're being crushed below, right? Trying to go up, just trying to survive, surviving rather than thriving. And so when we don't have strategies outside of empire, then the strategy is going to be empire. It is going to be authoritarianism, the continued destruction of life. It's going to be capitalism. It's going to be the dominant world. That same logic and practice of 1492 globally, that's of course existed well before 1492 in many other parts of the world. It's just become so intense and global since 1492 that it has become the battle that many of us all over the globe are fighting as a primary front. And that is so important in thinking about then Palestine and resistance versus liberation. And thank you for making that distinction. So if we're positioned above and our tactic, right, is to use law or to use armed resistance or whatever our tactic is in order to be free, then we need to have a liberation project that is truly a liberation project and not an assimilationist project into the world of the dog eat dog world, of the world that believes that human beings since the beginning of time have always been fighting and that's just our destiny. We know from many other worlds all over planet Earth that doesn't have to be that way. It can be other ways, and so when we talk about then resistance from the below to being crushed from by the above, yes, I support the resistance of the below,
the proletariat,
to continue living to resist their own annihilation, no matter who they are. And that's why context is so important. There isn't one identity that is always eternally going to be the oppressed and eternally going to be the oppressor. Like when we talk about the white man, and that's something that we need to tease out more, because people believe that we're talking about people with light skin rather than a structural position of power. Right. And this is something that Malcolm X in his final year, where he was really theorizing so many contradictions he was trying to get at that he hadn't been allowed under the Nation of Islam. When he left the Nation of Islam, he was traveled Africa and Mecca. He was able to see that there is a distinction between being white adjective or just incidentally white, just as a descriptor of how one looks, versus acting like one is the boss because they have lighter colored skin.
Hello.
And that's the context that the United States was built from. And of course, not just the United States, it's become so global. Anti-Blackness has become so global as capitalism has globalized, as 1492 has globalized.
Anti-Blackness has become so global as capitalism has globalized. It almost it reaches the point with this stuff where like I don't even bother making clips of it anymore, because it's like I feel like the clips we already have are sufficient, and I feel like the fact that almost every single time I show one of these videos, they say something to that effect where they're equating like capitalism with the oppressor, with the white people, with an anti-capitalism with black people. It's just like it's literally every single goddamn time. White is a position of power, not a light skin color. Exactly. It's like, do I even bother making clips of this at this point? Because how many clips do people need in order to understand this?
As well. So when we're looking then at this question of 1492, it allows us to think of a strategy outside of empire. If we're starting with the map, and this is a problem inherent to all area studies all over the university. Area studies in the university only look at the areas that they're looking at. So Middle East studies, for example, doesn't look at Latin American studies. You know, they don't really talk to each other. Palestine studies looks mostly at Palestine, you know, and maybe the region sometimes, but definitely it's very lacking in terms of a global and a deeper historical analysis, which is why I think that your work is so important. And that's why it's so important for us to keep talking about and try to figure out what is a liberation movement, not just a resistance movement, not just resistance.
No, this clip actually wouldn't be that good because she makes too many references to skin color. And so if I show that clip to a conservative, they're going to go, she's saying skin color, even though that's not actually what she's saying, but that's what they're going to hone in on and pick it. So actually that clip would be counterproductive because she made too many references to skin color. It's like, if people don't want to believe it, I'm like tired of trying to convince people of something at this point. It's like, if people don't want to believe this, they are ignoring mountains of evidence, and they are just like, it's just willful. And it's just like, okay, if you want to believe lies, believe lies. I don't really care anymore.
To our own annihilation. But what is a movement that can create a world where many worlds fit? And again, your work is so key in this question of Palestine because Islam is very important in the question of Palestine. Al-Aqsa is extremely important. And this is something that gets secularized a lot. The Palestinian struggle gets secularized in the West, likely because audiences don't want to talk about Islam, or they have a hard time with Islam, and maybe just not a lot of people know how to talk about liberation when it comes to theology, even though there's such a rich history on that. And I'd like to hear from you how this has affected your work in academia,
theology.
because I know that there is, just by the nature of the way that it's set up, and I confronted this being someone who was doing a global analysis on Palestine and other resistance movements, that there wasn't very much a desire to really question the whole thing, which for a lot of us is very necessary, because as we're trying to figure out what brings us together and struggle all over the world, we need to keep going down to the root that we share in that history and in that geography. And I also want to point out that although the movement gets secularized a lot in the West, by many on the left, they fall into a binary where, for example, if Iran, if Bashar al-Assad, if Putin, if anybody is critical of Western imperialism, then they become the good guys, or they become someone that we're not allowed to critique. And a lot of that does come from not wanting to contribute to an imperialist overthrow of any of those regimes has been the case.
I don't like,
so I want
to be quiet.
On that point, I want to ask you about the sentence after the one that keeps getting cited about, I'm with the resistance, but up to a point. Your next sentence, which is so important for us to really talk about if we're really going to tackle all the contradictions, because we really want to figure this out. Quote, how do we stand in solidarity with women in Iran refusing the hijabs while being critical of a neoconservative cis-hetero Islam, the mullahs, and at the same time adopting an anti-imperialist interventionist stance that counters attempt to divide Iran, as Iraq before it, along sectarian and ethnic lines.
Thank you, Kiki. Really, it's a question that but has certainly plagued my mind since Tahrir Square. And what happened in 2011 versus what happened in 2013, because what happened in 2013 could have happened in 2011. What I mean by that is that people were united vis-a-vis shi'arat or slogans in 2011, red freedom, social justice. Be it the Muslim Brotherhood, be it, Copts, be it leftists, feminists, queers, Nasrites, Sadatists. And the question of what Kwame Ture had referred to as mobilization or organization, of course, I'm going to return back to the difference between mobilization and organization, because we can and should be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. In 2013, it was the leftists.
How many clips do you need of people saying that? Because I already have dozens. So no, I disagree strongly. But you're welcome to make the clip. Anyone can make clips on my channel. If you guys think that clip would be so great, go make it.
Feminists, queers, and anarchists and Marxists that called for the slaughter of the Muslim Brotherhood in the two sit-ins of Araba and Nahda. And that is because they did not want to contend with the spiritual dimension, because they've only been exposed to conservative interpretations, authoritarian interpretations of Islam. I get it. But then where is the example of Malcolm? Where's the example of Martin Luther King? Where's the example of Ali Shariati, Nat Turner, and so many different others? I mean, again, there's a legacy, and sort of we could sit down and talk about sort of spiritual leftist traditions, of which many exist, right? But the question of mobilization versus organization, because right now what we see is, well, conservative Muslims right next to queer Muslims, and conservative Muslims are against CRT. They don't think that anti-blackness is necessarily an issue. They are against, feminism, queerness, etc. Right next to queer Muslims in these protests, right next to anti-Zionist Jews, right next to Islamophobic and anti-spiritual left, and everybody's yelling "Free, free Palestine, globalize the Intifada," without them speaking about, well, what vision of a free Palestine does that ostensibly mean, let alone what does it mean in relationship to Turtle Island, which is also stolen land. But as Kwame Ture had noted, organization is about understanding structures, the structure that we're in, settler colonialism. The question then becomes, as you...
He just said it, basically. Free Palestine, the chant that they keep doing. Free Palestine. They say this over and over again. That's about stolen land. That is what this is about. That is what colonization is. Stolen land. Decolonization is taking back stolen land. Again, this is not about Jews. This is about stolen land. Indigenous land that was oppressed under the oppressive force of capitalism. Or that was privatized, rather, under the oppressive force of capitalism.
Noted. Bashar al-Assad, as I've always referred to him, is the butcher of Damascus. Safah Dimashq. Okay. If you ask me now versus in 2013, 2014, remove him, etc., etc. But if you ask me now, I say, please keep him in power. This is not out of love for Bashar al-Assad. This is out of the fact of the reality that given Daesh, given a lot of things, including American imperialism, Daesh being ISIS, and so on and so forth, and the imperialist plan to divide and conquer and destroy Syria or partition it into 3 different territories, the same thing with regards to Iran and so on.
No, has nothing to do with this. They do not care about identity. In fact, you will not have an identity under their ideology, so that's not what this is. Sorry.
And so forth. Well, I'm not interested in that imperialist venture anyways. So I always say, until then we know what the alternatives are going to be in terms of liberation and a plan, a strategy. Then please, let's avoid more of a mess, because look at what happened in Libya, look at what's happening in Sudan, look at what's happening in so many different places in Afghanistan, and so on and so forth. So that becomes the question. There is no going back to 1492. The very geography and land has changed. I'm not looking to go back to the time of Muhammad. I'm looking to extract the ethical, political, spiritual commitments that informed Isa's message. the Isa that stood and defended Mary Magdalene, Musa who stood before Pharaoh, Muhammad who stood before social justice or for social justice, and so on and so forth. And you're right, because it's not a matter of the white man. Whiteness is not a phenotype. It's not the color of skin. When people of color have internalized the degree of resentment that we bleach our skin white. People of color have internalized cultures of whiteness. Are black, red, brown-skinned folks with white masks.
People of color have internalized cultures of whiteness. What might those internalized cultures of whiteness be? I've been explicitly explaining this throughout the presentation. Socialists don't want borders. They don't want countries to exist. What you think you're hearing is not what you are hearing. I suggest that you listen very closely to what I've been explaining the entire time. What he's saying here is that whiteness is not a skin color. The structures that they've assimilated to have been capitalism, their participation in support of capitalism, affirming a capitalist system, capitalism. Indeed, let me see. Let's go back again.
Degree of resentment that we bleach our skin white. People of color have internalized cultures of whiteness. Are black, red, brown-skinned folks with white masks. Eric Adams is an example. There are many examples that exist nowadays that buy into the hyphenated, again, progressive sort of narrative that look at me, I'm an example of the American dream, despite the fact that you're a
The American dream is symbolic of assimilating to whiteness. That's because the American dream is capitalism, it's individualism, it's meritocracy, it's pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, it's coming here and creating something and being able to live whatever life you want. That is what the American dream is. That American dream is founded in capitalism. That's why he's saying that people of color are assimilating to whiteness when they're assimilating to the American dream. Let's just listen to that again. This is a significantly better clip.
Bleach our skin white. People of color have internalized cultures of whiteness. Are black, red, brown-skinned folks with white masks. Eric Adams is an example. There are many examples that exist nowadays that buy into the hyphenated, again, progressive sort of narrative that look at me, I'm an example of the American dream, despite the fact that you're a composite and parcel and part of the machina of the settler colonial order.
That means
but revolutions then involve practical questions. What are you going to do with a nuclear power plant? What are you going to do with the police? What are you going to do when somebody gets sick? What are you going to do insofar as food? We talk about the fall of capitalism, yet most people of color who live in or become urbanized or live in the urban metropolis based upon, of course, relocation, choice, etc., don't even know how to grow.
What did he just say? We want the fall of capitalism, but, people are going to need to learn how to grow their own food in order to do that. It's almost as though by the American dream, he's referring to capitalism. And when he's referring to whiteness and what people are assimilating to, he's also referring to capitalism and saying, you know what? Like when these structures fall, you guys are going to need to learn how to grow your own food because capitalism ain't going to provide it then after we abolish it. Let's listen again. And all these things he's saying about settler colonial, that means capitalism. He's talking about the police. The police are a reference to capitalism. Again.
Are black, red, brown-skinned folks with white masks. Eric Adams is an example. There are many examples that exist nowadays that buy into the hyphenated, again, progressive sort of narrative that look at me, I'm an example of the American dream, despite the fact that you're a composite and parcel and part of the machina of the settler colonial order. But revolutions then involve practical questions. What are you going to do with a nuclear power plant? What are you going to do with the police? What are you going to do when somebody gets sick? What are you going to do insofar as food? We talk about the fall of capitalism, yet most people of color who live in or become urbanized or live in the urban metropolis based upon, of course, relocation, choice, etc., don't even know how to grow our own food. We become disconnected from the umbilical cord, our Mother Earth, that is the land that produces the air that we breathe, the very thamarat, or food, the seed that sprouts into vegetables and fruits that we consume, that we need for our own survival, let alone thriving. ostensibly. But who controls the I-4 Rust Belt corridor? It's the white man that is armed to the teeth with stamp decrees and feeds the metropolis. So whiteness is more than a color of skin. We've internalized all cultures of whiteness, and this becomes the question, right?
Whiteness is more than the colors of skin. See, this is a perfect clip. We've internalized all cultures of whiteness. That means capitalism.
Decrees and feeds the metropolis. So whiteness is more than a color of skin. We've internalized all cultures of whiteness, and this becomes the question, right? Of the question of building alternatives. And this then becomes the ability to walk and chew gum at the same time. The effervescing of Tahrir. Then occupy, which is problematic within itself, as you know, because, what are you occupying when it's stolen land? Know the code. The Black Spring, as if we don't have Trayvon Martin's, Michael Brown, Sandra Bland's, Breonna Taylor's. Anti-Blackness still continues. So where did the Black Spring lead us? And the co-optation of that, and the co-optation of movements, because there isn't enough organizing, because we're invested in.
Does he mean that people who reject socialism will have to, or does he mean everyone? I mean, what he's saying is when they overthrow capitalism, then people are going to have to provide food for themselves somehow. So everyone. Haymarket Books has a new stream with this guy on the 28th. Well, we'll have to look forward to that, Joseph. Thank you.
Tactics and not strategies, right? And now we somehow have moved into Palestine. What connects all these struggles? Then we go back to the original point,
what
right,
connects
of
all these struggles?
1492 and what it has to embody of what people buy into in terms of a secular ethos, because they don't want to confront the dimension of spirituality, of its role. How can you connect with our beloved Mother Earth, again, who is a spiritual subject, not an object? How can you love without spirit? How can you love without spirit?
Correct. The goal is to abolish capitalism globally, and they believe that if they abolish capitalism in the United States, then that will be the first and most important domino to abolishing capitalism globally. What they are saying is that effectively what they're saying is that Black people should be inherently socialist. That's what the argument is that Black people are an oppressed group, and they believe that Black people who are capitalist and who reject socialism are basically race traitors, because Black people should be inherently socialist. And so it has nothing to do with Black people specifically with getting the land back. What it is capitalism is the privatization of land by imposing the oppressive force of capitalism on it. Getting rid of capitalism, which is called decolonization, is about removing capitalism and returning the land back to the indigenous people who were the original caretakers of it. Now, that's not necessarily Black people. Actually, in the United States, that's Native Americans. So that's who they consider to be the original caretakers of the land. That's why they always do land blessings, acknowledging the original caretakers of the land. And they're mourning the fact that the indigenous land was colonized by the settler colonists, that's another term for capitalist, and privatized under the oppressive force of capitalism. And when they're calling for decolonization, they mean returning the land back to the collective.
These become the questions, right? Subscribing to a politics of fear, the boogeyman that is Islam, or contending with it, the continuation of Malcolm's project of Quran of the oppressed. And that's what I tried to do. But this is the terrain and ground that unfortunately is being ceded, the reason that my work is being gatekept. And, one can argue that Marxists don't like it, as you know, and we've discussed it before, because it's dealing with anarchism.
Is that why the treasurer is Native American? Now, I don't know who you mean when you say the treasurer, but honestly, probably not, because they probably perceive who is in any leadership role. Yeah, no problem. This is what I'm here for. They perceive anyone in any leadership role to be an oppressor, so probably that's just a coincidence, but I'd need more information on it.
Don't like it because it's spiritual. And so on and so forth. Queer Muslims and Muslim feminists in so many different circles and respects, because I'm calling them out on their complicity over queer narratives, or colonialism, and one could go on, because I'm talking about transnational notions of indigeneity, right? Because I'm talking about the intersections of Islam and Blackness. We're able, and again, maybe, to address then this dimension, and to go back to this point.
You've been listening all night. And I have explicitly, on several occasions, explained why those are not his people. So do you want to try rephrasing this? Because the people that he's saying are gatekeeping his work are not his people. And I've explained this probably at least 3 times tonight. And I'm sorry if people are offended that I have a tone, but I'm doing this for free on a Saturday night, and we're almost at hour 4. And when I have to say the same thing over and over and over and over and over again for free on a Saturday night, and people are still not listening, which they're telling me they're not listening by chatting and stuff like this, I start to get a little bit annoyed. They're not his group. His group is not gatekeeping him. That's not who he's talking about.
This is why the encampments became so important, Kiki. And you and I realize this because we felt it. We've been there and we were there. And we've seen our children, because what they created, as I said yesterday in a conversation with Rodney DJ Kelly for JVP Los Angeles, what they created is what Kwame had noted, Walter Rodney, guerrilla intellectual, Walter Rodney, in How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, a total way of life, a spiritual and cultural way of life. They had embodied a different way of eating, of wearing, of dressing, of walking, of talking, of mannerisms, in the way that they discussed, engaged death, shahada, martyrdom, in the way that they appreciated newborns and life, because we have children within these encampments, families within these encampments. And they came in with the perspective, as Kwame Ture had noted, of the knowledge I have now is not the knowledge I had when I entered into these encampments. And so in so many ways, they were embodying a revolutionary spirit that was not based on destruction.
Is this the actual goal? Is the actual goal to give the indigenous land back to the indigenous people? Pop quiz for the chat. Is the actual goal to give the indigenous land back to the indigenous people? See, Tom has already answered his own question. Tom knows. He knows. The actual goal is not to give the indigenous land back to the indigenous people. This is why in Vermont, when Ben and Jerry's made that fucking land blessing, and Ben and Jerry's was like, we are housed on the indigenous land, blah, 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 blah. And then the tribe in Vermont was like, can we have it back? And Ben and Jerry's like, no. Like, let's not go too far here. Just because we were saying that we're doing a land blessing doesn't mean we're actually going to give you back the land. Let's not, come on. We were just saying that we were doing a land blessing. So, no, it's okay. It's all right. I'm glad that you self-corrected, though. The goal is not to give the indigenous land back to the indigenous people. They don't give a fuck. Yeah, I think that was just a coincidence, Rashida. I don't think that has anything to do with this. Yeah, the goal is for everyone to own the land, everyone to become the custodians of the land. Thank you, Dub. Appreciate it. Everyone gets the land. As a Native person, I know the goal isn't to give it back to us. It's to abolish capitalism and to collectivize the land under Marxism. That is exactly right. That is a yeah. And yeah, Ben and Jerry's are some, yes, they are, Joseph. Yes, they are. Well, not anymore. Ben and Jerry sold the company a long ass time ago. Like Ben and Jerry are like, this is no longer a hippie company. Ben and Jerry's are the evil capitalists now. All right, guys. We have another fucking 40 minutes left. Oh, I don't know if I can make 40 minutes. Oh, do you guys want to keep going? I don't know if I can do it. I can keep going if people want me to. Should we keep going? Let me know. Let me know how you guys are feeling. People are starting to drop off. I don't know if I can do it. We have gotten some good quotes from this guy, though. See, I appreciate it when people appreciate that I call them out. All right, let's keep going. Let's
It was based on
be
creation.
responsible.
And that is the beauty. That is being dismissed, unfortunately.
If we quit now, you know what would happen inevitably is that like 10 more minutes into this presentation, he's going to drop the most fucking crazy golden nugget we've ever heard in our life, and we never would have known because we would have quit too soon. No, we don't do this. Do you want to know why, Stevie? Because you're already not listening. Do I think you're gonna listen any better on 1.5 speed? No, because you're already not listening on normal speed. We don't do this, guys.
Right? And how the characterization, the assassinations, or the attempts, the depictions of these encampments are and continue to be. That's the promise that our children bring in terms of a new imaginary. That, again, I always love this quote by Mumia because he talks about
we are not doing another Hormax.
I always say our children teach us, our youth teach us how to dream dangerously. And as adults, we grow inculcated in fear, in despotism, in careerism, in institutionalized everything. The horizons of our imaginations become hindered. We reconstruct this carcerality physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, right? Because we have something to lose, the sense of insecurity that we've internalized. But our youth, there's no horizon to their dreams. And that is precisely their beauty, the inspiration, the galvanizing of everybody, of the entirety.
It's okay,
of
we're mile 20 of a marathon. We got 6 more miles left.
Entire segments of society.
It's going to be fine. We trained for this.
And how they're putting their bodies, their souls, their lives that haven't really even started on the line, their families, their names. And what then becomes of our responsibility towards them? The older generation, the more secure generation.
We hit the wall, we're going to go past it though, it's going to be fine.
That becomes the question insofar as, again, collective liberation. Given the political theaters of Congress, of
collective liberation.
These are kids that are being attacked by chemical weapons, for God's sake, and exposed to terrorist acts, right? But their audacity, their courage leaves me bereft. But I'll stop there. You know, there's a lot that one can say about these encampments, and
feeling in the encampments, and it's something that is so difficult to talk about. I've been giving a lot of teach-ins in the encampments, and they all want to know about Chiapas and Palestine and the stuff that exercise in Palestine. And it's something that is so surreal because I've given this talk many times before, and it kind of leaves this question for people like, could it be real? You know, but it's something that, you know, I can describe it as much as I want. Like when I go to Zapatista territory, it feels different. You just feel loved. It's a very different circulation of power. You feel taken care of, you feel safe, or at least a lot of us go. And in the encampments, that's what people are feeling. You know, there was a student at the Cal State LA encampment the other night, you know, who said it plainly, like, it feels like this is the same space in my life. When I leave it, the world is nuts out there. You know, the world just keeps on living, being okay with genocide. That's not okay. So what the students have done, it's so remarkable precisely because it's prefiguring that world that we need now in terms of how we're going to not just struggle, but also be free. This question of how we're going to make agreements and have disagreements. You know, this is the heart of this question of the distinction between mobilizing and organizing. You know, there's a lot of conversations, discussions, debates that have to take place when you're holding a space like that. But what brings you together is that you're fighting for your lives. There's a real threat.
People are
And
literally dying.
things that maybe have been theory before, or something that we saw from the outside, like how Israel trains the police here, is everyone is seeing it. At UCLA, for example, and not just at UCLA, but very famously the fight with the Zionist thugs with LAPD just watching, kind of like, you know, enjoying the show. This is how paramilitaries function all over the world. The police don't want to make it known that it's the state doing it, so they support paramilitaries. And because that encampment held against the paramilitaries, against the Zionist thugs,
Okay.
that's when LAPD, and not just LAPD, California Highway Patrol.
So what she's saying is that at UCLA, and this is actually true, there were a bunch of like Zionist protesters who came in and started like beating people up. That is actually true, whether or not people want to believe that. What she's saying is the police were using the pro-Zionist protesters who were coming in and beating up the pro-Palestinian protesters. They were using them as a paramilitary group so that the police weren't beating up the protesters. The pro-Zionist protesters were beating them up, and the police were just standing there and watching and letting it happen.
And the sheriff's department, Google LASD gangs, Los Angeles Sheriff's Department gangs, find out about them. They all came together and they had to do it in their own name. The students forced the mask to come off, just like how Palestinians have been forcing the mask to come off of empire for generations. So these masks are coming off. And so the questions that we have then is, how do we then live now that we know that the world is this way? And how complicated it is too, because there's so many of our loved ones who are still indoctrinated or don't want to know the truth. Something that brings so many of the encampments together is truth seeking. That type of detective work, right? Like what actually is going on. You know, and it's become such a, Palestine has now become such a focal point for anyone really trying to talk about reality. What's actually happening in the world. Finally, there's a space where students can have these conversations that their own professors are being policed against having, and some of their professors don't even want to touch it, you know, and now they're forcing it. Well, we're going to have these conversations whether you like it or not. And not only that, they're seeing the difference between education and indoctrination. They're creating their own education. Now they're seeing that at the Ivy League, the students are being indoctrinated, probably more so in a lot of ways at those levels, because that's
actually radical moderate. There is a video of this where the police were there and they were sitting back and watching. That is the truth. That is what the primary source video shows. Now, are the protesters against the police as a general rule? Yes, of course they are. But what you don't seem to understand is they are making a point about the nature of the police and who the police are trained by and who the police support, because they will make those points any chance that they get to prove their larger point. You like to try to fucking get one up on me quite a bit, and I would have thought you would have learned by now that you literally fail at this every single time you try it. You think I haven't seen primary source video? You think I wasn't monitoring the situation? You think I haven't seen it? You think you know more than me? That hasn't proved out to be the case, bro. You can keep trying, but you just fail every single time. They were on the... See, to my point about you literally failing every single time you try this, they were on the campus. Do you understand? On the video, they were on the campus. They were already there. Do you want to keep going?
the ruling class, and the ruling class, the above, right, needs to play nice with the rules of the above. And what's happening is that those set up to be above are rejecting that. They're coming down with the below. They're like, I don't care if I graduate. Perspective, please, there's a genocide in Gaza. You know, that's coming down with the below, and that's finding that more ethical, political common, if we might call it that common, and what it's doing for the anti-capitalist struggles all over the world, and especially.
All right. We can continue arguing about the police in the chat, but what instead I would prefer we do is actually listen to this. Does everyone feel comfortable with that? This isn't actually true. If it is a private college campus, they can absolutely tell the police to stay off. So that's not true. That was literally the problem at Columbia. Let's rewind.
With the below, and that's finding that more ethical, political common, if we might call it that common, and what it's doing for the anti-capitalist struggles all over the world, and especially here, is raising a lot of consciousness as to why we don't, in this society.
So the encampments were part of a larger anti-capitalist struggle. Did everyone hear that? That's what we're talking about? A larger anti-capitalist struggle? Again.
In Gaza. You know, that's coming down with the below, and that's finding that more ethical, political common, if we might call it that common, and what it's doing for the anti-capitalist struggles all over the world, and especially here, is raising a lot of consciousness as to why we don't, in this society, why it doesn't matter when that you're, you know, how you got your money if you're rich. Traditionally, all that's mattered is that you're rich, and nobody asks how you got rich, and the students are exposing how the university is making its money, and that's not right. And so it's demanding an ethics for how it is that the economy even functions in the way that it does. I wanted to ask you, because I know that you taught your last classes in the encampment, and I wanted to know, just give you space to share what that was like at the Columbia encampment before it got taken down.
Thank you. These youth are my heart and my soul. They are my backbone. They are my spine. They are the whip of the tongue by which I derive strength to speak truth to power. Amidst the loneliness, the harshness, the isolation, admittedly, that I have been confronting this past while, it is they that breathed life into me every morning, regardless of the tears. The moment that I could see or stepped onto campus and can begin to see the encampment, I felt alive. That I wasn't just walking dead. The moment that I left, when I left, if I left, I felt my heart being ripped away from my chest, and I couldn't wait to get back the next day. And I merely went back to my studio to shower and rest. The fact that they would create, again, a common,
the resistance that the protesters on college campuses and the faculty who are supporting them are receiving at every level is going to solidify them together for an entire generation. You want to make fun of this, you can. But do you know why you guys always and perpetually lose? Because you think that you're pulling them apart, and you think you're owning the libs by saying, oh my God, this students mean so much to him. And you maybe are even in like implying some pedophilic thing, even though we're talking about college students, but you know. But what you don't seem to realize is that every single student who has been involved in these encampments and every single faculty member that's been involved in this are now solidified together, bonded together for probably the rest of their natural lives. And what does that mean? What does that mean? That means they're only going to get more radicalized. That means they're only going to double down. That means it's only going to get worse. You've been in my community for literally years. I know who you are. You've been in my community for years, and I feel like I've tried to explain this stuff to you, specifically you, over and over and over and over and over again. And I don't know what is not computing. If you want to know why we are irrevocably fucked, it is because people keep looking at this as though it's a joke. No, this is wrong, bro. I'm making fun. I'm saying they mean so much to him when really they mean nothing to him. No, that's not correct. When he is saying that they mean something to him, they would say the same thing about him. They are trauma bonded. You think this is a joke because you have never experienced something like this. This is the thing that propels them forward for the rest of their natural fucking lives. At some point, people are either going to start to understand this, or I don't know. I mean, it's probably totally like fucked at this point. No, I am not misunderstanding what you're saying. I am not misunderstanding it at all. You are not listening. And I'm sick of it. Because you're doing the bullshit conservative own the libs nonsense. That is completely, you're the one missing the point, bro. And you've been around long enough to know better. And maybe I'm getting a little cranky because I've already been streaming for 4 hours for free on a Saturday night for people like you who don't fucking listen. Why are you even here if you are not listening? Why are you even here if you are not taking this seriously? You're not new. If someone was new, no, okay, you're in a timeout. You want to come back and keep doing the typical own the libs bullshit in the chat? I'm going to ban you, which I probably should have done already because you've literally been doing this shit for years. Either you take this seriously or you go somewhere else.
An imaginary horizon in which food, in which shelter, in which a certain kind of disordered order manifested, right? Because they had codes, they had ethical political commitments, they had spiritual commitments, they had commitments in the fact that they rejected trash and they picked up their own trash. They respected her Mother Earth. The fact that they had a public library, they had a food station, they had a medic station. It was a new form of code of conduct. They did have rules against harassment, prohibitions of littering, of drugs, of alcohol. I felt like I was literally within the caracoles back with the Zapatistas, like, because those are precisely sort of part of the women's revolutionary laws.
For people who are new and you're annoyed at the fact that I just yelled at someone, what you need to understand is I literally have to say the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, literally every day of my life. And so when people come into my chat and they've been in this community for a long ass time and they've heard me say the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, and they just don't listen, at some point, it's too much. Because it's already annoying enough to me that I have to say the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again every day of my life. I'm willing to do it if it if it allows me to teach people what is going on that want to learn. But when someone is coming in and they're just shitting on it over and over again, it's like, what are you even doing here? And if that's what you're going to do, then I don't want to see it. At some point, if you stick around and I see you in the chat all the time and you're commenting all the time and you're engaging all the time, but you are not learning, at some point, I'm going to show you the door. I'm going to be like, you're wasting my time. You're wasting the time of everyone here. You're wasting, like, this is not an easy thing to teach. And so if you don't appreciate it and you don't value it and you're just showing up because you want to own the libs, go somewhere else. I do have different expectations of people who have been around for years than I do have of people who have just shown up and are just starting to learn.
Right. It was extremely calm. It was festive. You know, and I miss that. Now the NYPD
Nice
is on
hug.
campus, the militarized zone that it has become. Students are forbidden from going to campus unless they live in residence. And faculty were forbidden up until a few days ago. And I cannot bear staring at the west or the east lawn. I had not even tried to go through the main campus, the Morningside campus. Holding my class there there was more learning done at the encampment than sitting in a prison cell at the basement of a building.
He just called the classroom at the university, at Columbia University, a prison cell. Pop quiz for the chat. Why would a classroom at Columbia University be a prison cell, according to a professor that presumably was pretty excited to teach at Columbia when he took the job of being at Columbia? So why is a classroom at Columbia University considered to be a prison cell? Because Columbia University is a capitalist institution and the police are the enforcers of capitalism. The university is a capitalist institution. The university is capitalist and it is making everyone ha 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 ha. Well, yeah, I mean, they believe the university is a capitalist institution, and so inherently it would be reproducing capitalism. I wouldn't say indoctrination into a capitalist system. I would say that it exists as a capitalist institution. Columbia is a capitalist institution. The classroom is part of the school that supports. Remember, the classroom, he believes, the classroom is on settler colonial land. It's on the university land that they colonized. The encampment is decolonized land. The encampment is the land that's been returned to the collective. So the classroom is still on settler land, whereas the encampment is decolonized. That's why he preferred teaching in the encampment. Does that make sense?
Because we submitted one another to not for somebody to educate us, but for us to hold each other's hands and learn from one another. Because half the encampment would show up to class, and regardless of the fact of whether they'd done the readings or not, they'd be enthralled upon the conversation, and they would ask questions, incredibly intelligent and astute questions, and they would sit down and read and engage and have side discussions and conversations. This is what that beauty birthed, you know. George Jackson, our martyr, you know, it said, it follows that if a thing is not a building, it is certainly decaying, that life is revolution, and that the world will die if we do not read and act out its imperatives. And they embodied that reading, that active act of imperatives, the decision making, consensus that they had built. They had brought life back to words, to meanings. And this is amidst the situation too, Kiki, in which, as you know, I'm sure at UCLA, Proud Boys, Mike
The
Johnson,
Proud
Speaker
Boys.
Johnson, came to speak. Of
Proud
course,
Boys were
celebrity
not
activists came to speak. They could do their
Oh, wait, no. Actually, he's not wrong. Gavin McInnes did go to Columbia. I saw a video of Gavin McInnes there, so he's actually not wrong that the Proud Boys did go to Columbia. That's funny.
photo op thing, and students were quite aware of how they're being manipulated and used. And again, they were very organic in the way that they contended with these. But white supremacists at the gates trying to scale it, yelling, "Go back to Gaza," calling the students monkeys. And then we have, of course, as I noted yesterday, Eric Adams, right? This Baron Munchausen, sort of from the Wizard of Oz, this Pinocchio, he wants to go live back in Israel in the Golan Heights. He's not aware that, the Golan Heights are part of Syria, right? In a certain sense, calling them outside agitators, right? Which is a racist concept within itself because of how it was being deployed against civil rights activists, right? I miss my kids. I miss our kids a lot. And, now it's just sitting in my office, and it's hard because I know that they're isolated. Jail support work. And taking to the streets isn't going to do it, because doing an encampment is an assertion of a certain authority. And I wish, faculty could engage in their own encampments, particularly those that are in secure positions. I think that would signal something to our youth, to our children, of support, particularly at a time in which they are not allowed. Their own safety, which is forbidden to them, by NYPD officers that engage even in sexual harassment. So there's nothing like the unsafe space that the wards of the state, the settler state, let alone, clearly a settler institution that has been, this is the strong arm of the state, has been co-opted into, right? But we need to reinvigorate. We need to be with our kids. Because they're still full of hope, they're still full of uncompromising values and commitments. And we need to think about how we can have mobile encampments, how we can bring in community assemblies within our neighborhoods. The gentrified sort of Harlem territory that Columbia is complicit in. Manhattanville.
I mean, my theory on why the bookshelves are empty is he knows he's losing his job and he's already moved all his shit out of his office, essentially. He wasn't there that long. Like he was a visiting professor. So, I mean, that would be my guess.
To mobilize, to organize ourselves on our streets so that the students don't feel that they're just in this alone. And
this is actually important. I want to listen to this again. So he's talking about moving off of the campuses and mobilizing in the streets. They've been saying this. The literature on this is why I explained this in the Actively Unwoke podcast I released the other day. This is why it is one of the stupidest things in the world that conservatives are like, most of the protesters aren't even students. They explicitly say in their literature that they're aligning with students and non-students because their goal is to leave the campus and go out into the real world. And so it's like, it's so stupid because if you actually wanted the protesters to be all students, because if the protesters were just students, then they would be pretty much confined to like the campus because that's where they are, right? But the minute that you have these outside groups, and the outside groups were always involved from the very beginning, like you think that's not going to bleed into something that is going to impact everyone? So it was this dumb owning the libs thing where they thought they were getting one over by saying, ew, most of the protesters aren't even students. That's actually a bad thing for all of us because it means that the protests are not confined to the college campuses, that they're going to bleed into the outside world.
the gentrified sort of Harlem territory that Columbia is complicit in, Manhattanville, to mobilize, to organize ourselves on our streets so that the students don't feel that they're just in this alone and they're the ones that are having to explicitly sacrifice. And again, their audacity, hearing from my kids that, hijabi women that had their hijabs stripped from them in jail, in prison. The non-hijabi kids were, screaming back at the police officers, right? To give her back her hijab, the degree of dignity and respect that they had to stand up for one another. In encampments in which Muslims, Jews, Christians prayed together, taught one another, and one can go on and on. The discussions on Kashmir, on Hindu Tava, on oppressions migrate all over the world, right? And really in nuanced ways. So yeah, at this moment, admittedly, I feel rather heartbroken and rather constrained in terms of what I can do, but inshallah, we need to put everything that we have on the line for them as they have expended everything too.
Facts. This question of faculty, I've seen more faculty find more courage with the student encampments and in defending the students from the police, from the admin. And it's maybe for them too, maybe for so many, this has been a true mask-off moment for the university, where it's even questionable how the university is going to be able to survive this without being openly fascist, like with Columbia having NYPD there all the way through commencement, which was just canceled at Columbia, which means it was never about commencement in the first place. A lot of what we're seeing is this autonomous building of other worlds, with education being a big one, and with medical help, with just being with food. Food is the centerpiece of a lot of the encampments, and just that mutual aid. So much of the mutual aid that has been built in communities on the street is being seen in the encampments too. It's something that is it's kind of laughable when we hear these politicians talking about there being a mastermind behind this, like whether it's a professor or outside agitators, as if the community and the university aren't supposed to be
called out again.
Seen in the encampments too. It's something that is it's kind of laughable when we hear these politicians talking about there being a mastermind behind this, like whether it's a professor or outside agitators, as if the community and the university aren't supposed to be together. Like a lot of students are community members, a lot of students are organizers. There isn't a neat line between them. And what we're seeing, and I would love to get your insights on this for others to hear too, because what I feel like what we're seeing is how I felt when I first saw Tahrir Square and it was on Al Jazeera on television. I was living in Palestine at that moment, watching Bethlehem. Egyptians taking Tahrir Square, not just taking it from the police, but holding on to it, which then meant, how is everybody going to eat? How is everybody going to eat? Where's the waste going to go? What are we going to do with this space? And then hearing for just even those few days how it was quite magical in that there wasn't sexual harassment in the encampment in Tahrir Square, like there is generally in Cairo, on the streets of Cairo, for women, for example. And for me, and it's of course devastating knowing like what would happen next in terms of its destruction. But I am curious if you might share what are some similarities that you saw between Tahrir Square and the encampments, because there is a line that we can trace from Tahrir Square to Occupy and to the encampments and the other mutual aid work. And I wonder what you think about the future of the encampments that is hopeful and maybe something that would worry you that we should all keep an eye out for. And I think about this question of co-optation for example, that we see a lot in movements. So just to give you an opportunity to share with us what was it like in Tahrir Square that's similar and different from this moment, and what are some lessons of Tahrir Square that we need to pay attention to in this moment for the struggles here?
Thank you for your question, Nikki, and just this engagement and this conversation. I'm very grateful for you. I think similarities include the fact that in the case of Egypt, for the first time, people were taking responsibility for land, for public space that was always theirs to contend with.
Public land, public
certainly
space.
the organizing of food, of shelter, medical stations, tents. That is something that is very similar. Women were manning checkpoints in Tahrir Square, right? Was there incidents of sexual harassment? Absolutely, but then communities had to contend with that. The space had to contend with that, and that's okay because we learn as we walk with the land, not on her, but with the land. She teaches us a lot of things if we actually listen. This is the beauty about Palestine, is that she has much to teach us of wisdom. If we really listen and not confine ideologically our representation of what a free Palestine actually means, or presuppose or pre-impose that. But hence the entrapment that happened in Tahrir, that we presupposed from, or a lot did, from ideological positions. And what a liberated Tahrir might actually mean. We didn't embody the spirit of Tahrir. Again, revolutions involved changing the way that we eat, the way that we breathe, the way that we conceive of intimacy. So we didn't take that lesson. We didn't engage in the revolutionary becoming. We didn't engage in the greater jihad, the jihad against the self, the fascisms of the self. We didn't learn to listen to one another. We dismissed the role of spirituality. And we didn't engage in the same public discursive learning that we needed to do, or that these encampments embodied. Because, again, perhaps it's the poverty, the lack of education that existed and exists and is exploding within Egypt. We're talking about the context of students here, that, at least a lot of my kids that are engaged with queer, with indigenous, with Black, with African, with feminist, with a lot of different discourses simultaneously, right? Tahrir became very easily co-opted because you had the upper middle class youth, English speaking youth, that really had no or very little organizing experience, if we're being blunt and honest, that came from prominent political backgrounds. And that was sort of the cachet blanche of what it is that facilitated that the rise and social media capital that exploded at that particular juncture in terms of their platforming at the expense of many others. So when I brought up questions of abolition, when I brought up questions of our relationship with land, when I brought up queer issues, prominent activists would reject all these different dimensions and say, well, and
they're creating a new society from scratch, and in order to do that, they need to control the land.
Excuse me, but this was actually something that was said to me by a prominent activist, that and I'm using the Egyptian dialect here, oh, do you want a revolution for fags? That's literally the term that he used, right? And somebody who's revered and had on a pedestal. And it's quite sad because this brother, this kin of mine, this sibling of mine is now in prison. But then what did we all fight? What did we all sacrifice? What the bodies that we fished out of the Nile, and there were many, were that the youth that we saw murdered and killed before our very eyes. From all walks of life, be it Coptic, be it Muslim, be it atheist, be it whatnot, that becomes the question. These encampments here, though, they're much open to walking with the land and allowing the land, our mother, to speak to us. And that is their beauty, their hunger, their thirst, because, and perhaps what facilitates that is precisely their space and what the space signifies in terms of manifestation. Let us sit down and talk. Let us sit down and
God.
learn. They
Please
embodied
let
what the
Lisa Logan
Zapatistas
never
had
find
noted,
this.
and you heard me say this many a times, that
She's not
nobody
gonna
can plan
understand it.
revolutions, but rather we hold each other's hands and we ask what each of us knows. They embodied humility, modesty, care, affection, warmth, in the midst of immense conditions of strife, of attempts at co-optation by politicians, by celebrity activists who would walk in, give a bunch of speeches, take a bunch of photos with their entourages, then tweet.
No one tell Lisa Logan about this presentation, because the very next video we're going to see from Lisa Logan is saying, look, he said manifesting. He said manifesting. It's the law of attraction. It's Gnostic. Oprah, WEF, global one world religion conspiracy theory. He said manifesting.
Because they embodied what the left generally lacks in terms of an ethics of conflict resolution and disagreements. Because they had developed between them, Yakiki, a politics of hospitality and friendship. And this is what we need to highlight is, look, I didn't just know our youth, these kids, our student, over the course of 3 weeks. I've been with them since I arrived in January. And I made sure to meet them. That was my priority. I knew exactly why I was coming here. I was coming here to certainly educate, but to also learn, because I'm part of what needs unsettling. I'm part of what needs to learn. I'm not here to indoctrinate. These are not infantilized children. These are youth that have their own minds, that again have access to truths, realities of the world that have been unmasked, that have been exposed before their very eyes, and all the false binary choices. And they're yearning and they're searching and they're thirsty for answers. Like a Bedouin that have crossed, deserts everlast, right? Pangeas. And that is what they manifested. They didn't presume, again, answers. There's a lot of, they're not ideologically constrained. They don't need me. And I told them actually in my last class at the encampment, I told them it was very hard because, knowing it was the last class, but I purposely would sort of leave the class because so my students, they were running their projects and giving their talks or whatnot. And usually they are the teachers. When they're in that role, the last half of the semester, they were the teachers, so they'd run the class. But the last class, purposely, I would actually just leave, be outside on the perimeter of the border of the encampment, and then I would go back. Partly because it was really hard to know that this is the last class, and not knowing when I might teach again, leaving them as I am in my 30th and the US because of the visa, but also partly because I wanted them to truly believe. I've taught them everything that
he's losing his visa.
I've shared with them everything.
Wow.
Now it's for them to decide. And again, without some righteous equivocation on my end as to the choices that they are to make. We all make choices. But hopefully those choices will not be based on surviving, but rather thriving. And they will continue to embody the spirit. And I'm confident that they will. I can't unsee our kids being arrested. I can't forget their faces, their smiles, their voices, even if I tried. And I'm deeply, deeply, profoundly grateful for them and what they have taught me and continue to teach me for every iota of a moment that I had to spend with them. So yeah, as much as Tahrir was seductive, was beautiful, I think these students managed to capture something more, and maybe perhaps it's the smallness of these encampments. The question, as you and I have talked, is how do we organize these encampments beyond in a network space that preserves their solidarity without a form of solidity, if you will? How do we expand them? How do we grow them and grow their spirits and what they seek to nourish?
Yeah, those conversations are being had already by so many organizers who've been doing this for a while, and students themselves realizing, for example, saying, as we learn more, now we understand what these sweeps are against the tent cities of unhoused people. And as they are in the struggle, for example, how Columbia students who were arrested were charged with misdemeanors, and the CUNY students were charged with felonies. like seeing that big discrepancy in the way that the world works. There's so much learning and exposing that's taking place from this struggle. And when I think about then what the future is for education, in particular in the university, under this new McCarthyism, there's already conversations and organizing taking place for doing education in a different way, for linking up with Palestinians in Gaza, for example, where there are no universities left, and having like a global university for Gaza, where it's all volunteer, and which is the same spirit as the encampments, as Tahrir, as the struggles that are struggles for care and for love, as medicine against struggles of fear, which is the foundation for fascism, for the foundation for seeking a politics, a way of relating to others where you're always scared of them, and so want to keep climbing up above, and keep crushing them. This is what we see with the Zionist project. It's not a liberation movement. The question of Jewish liberation is still very much alive, and it's not Israel. Israel is a project among many things, but one is to make it so that Jews who from Europe, who they believe to be the quote unquote correct human material, as they have said, that they be above, and then they don't care who is below. Palestinians have had to be that below. So much of the world has had to be that below, so that this project that is the state of Israel could exist. This fear inculcated even today more and more
Not wrong.
to our Jewish relatives, that there's no safe place for them to live. This is coming from their own oppressors. This is coming from those who've kicked them out of Europe and who've not wanted them to live in Europe alongside them, side by side. So what we're seeing is this moment where that entire order is being questioned. And it's so important, because this is, I think, what a lot of us mean about Palestine. Free Palestine will help us free the world, because to get to Palestine, we have to question the whole thing, you know. And with Palestinians, the beautiful thing that I have experienced accompanying Palestinians and their struggle is how much they are led by the heart. So many Palestinians I know are led by the heart, and genuinely trying to not repeat what has happened to them onto others, and really trying to find another way. And there's all kinds of different ideas and proposals. Of course, where we all come together is on the right to resist. Absolutely. You have the right to resist your own annihilation. I don't care who you are. Like that's the whole point, is that's where we begin. In terms of other questions of how we share the world together with all our different, Palestinians need to be alive. We all need to be alive to be able to have those conversations. Those are those key conversations. And so I just want to, now that we have just a couple minutes left, Mohamed, and thank you so much for this conversation. I am so happy that we can have this publicly, like when you and I talk, it's always like this, and I always wish that we could have more compas around and eventually weave together and hear what everyone has to say, because these questions are trying to really get at the root. That's what we mean by radical, going down to the root. That's what that means. So I'd like to give you these last few minutes just on any final thoughts or words, or ways that maybe we could support you, that we can continue supporting the students at Columbia, and of course throughout the rest of the world in these encampments.
Thank you. I recall, and the verse in the Quran that was never really quoted as a verse in the Quran, and some of the allegations that were leveled against me in these Zionist hit pieces that says that وَكَمْ مِنْ فِئَةٍ قَلِيلَةٍ غَلَبَتْ فِئَةً كَبِيرَةً. How much of a small group defeated a larger enemy? But the Quran also says, وَعِدُّوا لَهُمْ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ, and prepare for them what is necessary in terms of strength. It's a David and Goliath. The Panthers were not large in numbers, yet they created breakfast programs, schools, alternative ways. Mistakes as any movement is susceptible to. Hierarchies, vanguardism, queerphobia, etc. The Zapatistas pushed the emblem of the Panthers further. And the great inspirational movement that they are, were, continue to be, may ancestors and creator protect them in this difficult hour, given the limitations of sort of state socialism, let's just put it that way, given Obrador and the incursions on the Zapatistas that are very much unfolding and have been unfolding for the past 6 months almost as well. I would say heart and spirit, prayer and thought. Let us genuinely listen to Palestine, but also in relationship to Turtle Island. Let us face the monsters within, but also that exist in the mirror in terms of the very structure that we are all entangled within here. Let us learn to build alternative worlds, to imagine and embody these worlds beyond the academy. The academy has been critiqued endlessly for decades. DEI, and all that entails of US imperialist soft power and settler colonial power. The question that becomes, and is a question of violence, because there is no decolonization without violence. And these kids, again, our youth, are contending with the fact that they're also
that's just not true.
Not only dealing with external violence, but also the violence of having to undo themselves, of unsettling themselves, their identities, who they are. This is their bravery. This is precisely their bravery, because they're looking at the mirror. They're not looking away. They're looking straight at it and contending with a very tumultuous and difficult questions. I had the opportunity to visit the encampment in Wesleyan. It grew from 20 to 30 to 100 tents. Education is key. Learning is key, more so than education. Nouns have to become verbs. So far as my support, to conclude, I think there's a petition going around, interviews that I've done with the Electronic Intifada, with Jadaliya, that I'm humbled, as well as the Red Nation, as forums to perhaps extrapolate what happened specifically with me and further discussions with regards to the encampment. And hopefully more opportunities with you, Kiki, given the symbiotic sort of relationship that we also have in terms of our commitments and our visions and our dreams, mutually intertwined dreams. I ask nothing. Alhamdulillah, I've lived a great life. I've been blessed with many things, experiences beyond what I imagined. Black Panther, a former member of the Black Liberation Army as an elder, Ashanti Alston, to live 2 uprisings, Tahrir, to indigenous land defending of the Zapatistas. I've lived a delirious dream of a world. As the Zapatistas say, then nothing for us, everything for everybody. What I fear and what I want most from our audience is to support our youth. Our children are what come from immortality. They are the arrows that we shoot towards infinity. They are the promise. They are the future. They genuinely are. And we cannot allow this to be another passing by moment. The time for change now is now. We need to make the stand now. We need to end this genocide now. We need to connect. And it doesn't take much, these encampments together vis-a-vis projectors. And we did that in our encampment. And white screens or white sheets to bring in Bisan, to bring in the voices of people from Gaza. And I know other encampments, as you know, that are doing the same. But we need to decide what our strategy and what we're fighting against, as I said from the beginning, and what we're fighting for. Both are important. Who are we fighting? Are we just fighting capitalism? Or are we fighting the state? And what are we then fighting for?
What? This is why we watched the whole presentation. This is why right here we watched the whole presentation. Again.
From the beginning, and what we're fighting for. Both are important. Who are we fighting? Are we just fighting capitalism? Or are we fighting the state?
Ding.
And what are we then fighting for? And what are responsibilities?
It's almost like he's an anarcho-communist that wants to abolish capitalism, which is defined as private property ownership, and the state, which he also views as capitalist. Are we trying to fight capitalism? Now, did he say the Jews? Has he said we tonight have watched 2.5 hours of this guy? And he has no problem saying the quiet part out loud. He has no problem saying what he believes. Has he said at any point tonight, are we fighting the Jews? No. They haven't even really talked about the Jews. But you know what he did just say? Are we fighting capitalism or are we also fighting the state? Again?
People from Gaza. And I know other encampments, as you know, that are doing the same. But we need to decide what our strategy and what we're fighting against, as I said from the beginning, and what we're fighting for. Both are important. Who are we fighting? Are we just fighting capitalism? Or are we fighting the state? And what are we then fighting for? And what are responsibilities in that fight? The individual responsibilities, the collective responsibilities that we have towards one another and to our Mother Earth. That is what becomes the question. Please remember the Columbia, the CUNY, our loved ones, our beating hearts in your thoughts and your prayers, those in UCLA, those in Gaza, those in Rafah, our children that are in Rafah, by the hundreds of thousands that are there and under siege and under incursion. But we need to think about our positioning here and what we're doing here in retrospect of being in the very belly of the beast, the very heart of the serpent snake, as Frederick Douglass would refer to her. This fantasy of America and its genocidal ongoing past, present, its suicidal, its homicidal present, as well as its suicidal future. We need to relearn how to dream dangerously again. We can only do that when we are together, and we have to do it that face to face, and we have to do that on the land. It can't be done over signal groups. It can't be done over Twitter and social media. We have to live it. We have to embody it. We have to breathe it. We have to feel it. We have to be transformed by it. Thank you, and thank again Haymarket and Sean, but I'm indebted to you, Kiki, because you were the one that initiated this. So I'm indebted to you, my sister, for your love, for your support. You are a part of my heart as these kids are, and I can't live without my heart.
All right. Well, that's basically the end of that. I think that last part made it all worthwhile. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours now, so I appreciate everyone, especially who made it through the entire thing. We got some great clips tonight. I do appreciate that. And yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because I've heard this guy quoted a lot in conservative media, and yet he said capitalism over and over and over and over and over again. He talked about settler colonism over and over and over and over and over again. We never hear those parts clipped out of context for conservative media. We always just hear parts that they're twisting to make it seem like it's anti-Semitic when it's not anti-Semitic. Yeah. Anyway, guys, that is all we have for tonight. Now, as a reminder, I do take Sundays off from streaming, but where you can find me is going to be in my supporter Discord tomorrow. Now, tomorrow, for subscribers of the Actively Unwoke Substack, which is Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com, you are going to be getting an Unwoke Roundup newsletter. That Unwoke Roundup newsletter is going to look like this, except it's not going to be this one because this is last week's. You're going to be getting next week's. Thank you, Misa. Thank you for a great stream. I have to rewatch to take notes. Yeah, there's a lot from this one. I do appreciate the super chat. Tomorrow, when I send out this newsletter, that is going to include a list of supporter perks. The supporter perks include 2 Zoom calls with me every week on Monday and Wednesday. It includes 10% off discount in the Unwoke Art Store. It includes access to any special events or spy streams I might be doing. And most importantly, it includes access to the supporter Discord. The supporter Discord is where we have Human Centipede, Stony Baloney, archiving a whole bunch of anarchist zines for us to go through. It's where we have Honest Dog Allison and Gayla and Bot, who are doing the Unwoke Zine project, which is awesome. They'll teach you how to make stuff. You can make some awesome propaganda. We also do movie nights. We have writers group on Thursday night led by LK and Sin. We also have movie nights on Sunday at 8 p.m. And tomorrow for movie night, we will be watching Mad Max Fury Road at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And so come and join us. The link will be in the newsletter. And where you find it is you scroll all the way down to the bottom of the newsletter, and underneath this red box, you're going to find access to all of your supporter perks for the week. As a reminder, I am completely 100% funded by you. So if you want to sign up on the Substack to support the work I'm doing, that is $8 a month, $80 a year. And I really do appreciate it. That will give you access to the Inner Circle podcast that I released this week, where I read and analyzed the manifesto of the students who attacked the University of California Office of the President. I got a bunch more Inner Circle. There's so much of this queer anarchist literature that I want to get through. And it is just like, I mean, this queer anarchism thing, like, we are the only ones talking about this. We are the only ones that have identified this. And I do think it's going to be really important. Tiff over on Rumble says, do I yell at my supporters? Yeah, I do. When my supporters are being retarded, they will absolutely get yelled at. If you want, guys, if you want me to coddle you, it's going to cost way more than $8 a month, $80 a year. And quite frankly, if you can't handle me, you cannot handle the left in any way, shape, or form. And that's just the way it goes. All right. That's all I got for tonight, guys. Thank you for spending almost 5 hours with me. I do appreciate it. I will see you back on Monday. Have a good one. We'll see you soon.